Morning, everyone. I already see a few of you in here.
Good morning. How are you today?
Doing all right, doing all right. It's morning.
I'm realizing I'm like all fancy from last night's party and it's Saturday morning and this is like it's so funny because I'm like, I know it's just my avatar, but I'm like, this is not what I want to dress like on Saturday morning. I need to like dress in avatar, like cozy coats. Like, why should it even matter what my avatar is wearing? But it does. So I have to find something
You left last
cozy.
night's makeup on, woke up with raccoon eyes.
I have like a I'm conquering the world like cow jacket. Like I at least I killed all the cows, the dairy cows in Argentina and made a jacket from them. But yeah, I don't know. I like I can't even figure out how do I change out of this because it's a linked wearable. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I need like a cozy hoodie and like coffee and like messy hair bun. Okay, what coffee are you drinking this morning? Do you have your coffee ready?
No, I'm not equipped today.
Okay,
Old
I've done the
fashioned.
perfect thing, a robe. What's that?
No, I'm just being sad because now I have to like run the client on OBS and all that stuff.
Oh, is that different than like is that like different?
Yeah, because I have to shift alt tab out of everything instead of just like, I don't know, clicking the next tab over. I have to alt tab, then go into my OBS and go into the little eyeball and make sure it's like turned on or off every time I want to switch over to a different screen. That's not the Decentraland.
Ah, okay. I was
It's
I
just
was
it's it's just in one of those extra steps that like I don't know, are just annoying like in the middle of a show, especially when you're a one-man team. Little eyeball and make sure
yeah,
it's like turned
I
on
bet.
or
But
off
I
every
bet
time I
I
want to
bet
switch
you'll
over to a
get
different
used to it.
screen.
Like I
That's not the
know
Central
with
Land.
what is it that I Ah, okay.
It's
I've changed
just
from like my
it's
film
just in one of
editing.
those extra
I can't
steps
edit with
that
like
like
Microsoft or whatever the
I don't know,
like simple one that I was
are just
using.
annoying like
It
in the
when I
middle of
try
a
to
show,
import it, just
especially when
like
you're a one-man team.
doesn't save it, and so I've had to go to like Clipchamp, and it's like basically virtually the same thing as Adobe Rush, but slightly different. And so at first I'm like, no, like I'm just gonna just do the basic edits and then send the footage to Adobe Rush. And now I'm like, I can pretty much do everything I need without having that extra step. It's just like pain to like retrain yourself how to do it.
Especially when you're a one-man team. I'm refusing.
To go to like Clipchamp, and it's like basically virtually the same thing as Adobe Rush. I know I am the worst at that, and then you know what I realized is like that's a really bad way to like get through life is like refusing to change because then all of a sudden I'm like this would have been so much easier if I would have just figured it out. Like, I don't know. Change is hard.
I'm refusing. Change is annoying, especially when it's not optimized. It's not an optimized change. It's more like we're going back to prehistoric times. And happy to see that the Central Land images are still working for me. Yeah. We out here on the Central Land. I see a few people on at the bounce house. Master Wins, Toxic, and Good Morning 13. Let's see if 13 is in the no, he's not in the Twitter space, but he is on the Decentraland. So good morning, 13. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing good.
Lucky 13. It is so awesome to see you.
Yeah. We
Look at
out
those
here on
shoes.
Decentraland.
Doesn't he
I
have the coolest
see
shoes?
a few people on at the bounce house.
Yeah, yeah,
Mr. Wiz, Toxic, and good morning,
SRJH's
13. Let's
shoes.
see if they're
I
joining.
believe
No,
it's
not
not the
no, he's
collaboration
not in
that
the
he
in the
did
Twitter
with
space, but he is on
SRJ
Decentraland. But
JH.
good
I think
morning,
this.
13. Good to see
I'm
you,
wondering if
man.
this may be like
Good,
a
good. Happy to see that
Lucky
no, not
13.
CK
That is
Bubble
so awesome.
collaboration, but
Yeah.
like it's like you see the
Look
shoes
at those
and then like
shoes.
the design on the
Doesn't he have the
shoes. You
coolest
also
shoes?
see the tattoo on his right
Yeah,
shoulder.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
Those
wondering because, like, on the ladies' version,
SRJH's
it's a
shoes.
tattoo on
I
your leg.
believe
So I
it's not
don't
the
expect
collaboration
seeing
that
the
he
shoulder
did
tattoo too
with
much. That's pretty cool.
SRJ the shoulder. I believe the shoulder tattoo is like the male representation. No, not CK Bubble
That's
collaboration.
awesome. Okay, I
But
gotta
like
put my
it's like
shoes on
you
now.
see the shoes
It's
and then
it's
like the
50
design on the
minutes and I'm on
shoes.
my
You also
second
see
outfit
the
change.
tattoo
So,
on his right shoulder.
but I do love those shoes and that tattoo that goes with them. But I'm just glad to see 13.
Mm-hmm.
So good to see you. And Jim got a new
I believe the shoulder
PFP down
tattoo is
there.
like the male
He's trying to hide in
representation.
plain sight.
No, not CK Bubble
That's
collaboration.
awesome.
Jim
Okay, I
is
gotta
only
put
displaying what a
it's
Decentraland
50 minutes
avatar
and
will
I'm on my
look like
second outfit
in 2222, the year 2222. Yes.
I'm just glad to see her. Can we reminisce about that time 2 years ago when Jim like fat fingered the request button and we were so happy?
I'm
I
under the impression Jim will never talk to
Jim is
us.
only
No,
displaying
Jim is,
what
and
a
he's gonna
Decentraland
blow our
avatar will
minds
look like
someday. It's his voice isn't gonna
in
match what we think his voice is like, and
2222, the
it's
year
just it's gonna be beautiful.
2222. Yes.
Or he'll keep us waiting. Can we reminisce about that time 2 years ago when Jim like fat fingered the request button and we were so happy?
All right, here
I'm under
making
the
sure
impression
that
Jim will
there's like
never
no
talk to
double
us.
audio
No,
anywhere
Jim is, and
on my
he's gonna
stream.
blow our minds someday. It's his voice isn't gonna match what we think his voice is like, and it's gonna be beautiful.
Yes.
Or he'll keep us waiting. As you're doing that, thank you, friends, for joining us. Looks like a nice, beautiful lineup of like the
All
all
right,
stars
here
here today.
making
Thank you,
sure that
everybody, for
there's like
taking the
no
time
double
to be
audio
with us.
anywhere
I know
on my
there's a lot of
stream.
places you could be on a beautiful Saturday. I'm sure Rustan's going to go like surfing soon. And so thank you for being here with us. And feel free if anybody wants to talk, chit chat, figure out, I don't know, how to fix all the problems of the world. Looks like a nice, come on up. Let's fix them together. Of like the all stars. Okay, I had to match with Master Wayne's with the jacket. This is such a good jacket that Brandon made for us last year. CBD, like the detail when you look close up on it is just awesome.
Alrighty, I think I got it fixed. I think we're all good. Perfect. And good morning, Rustan. I see you down there. What up, Argent? Yolantis, very nice to see you. Have I given you any love for your presentation last week at the Leader Summit? Very good work. Very good work. I enjoyed your presentation. I found myself giggling a few times. Good morning, Miss Gecko, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And I don't know if I've personally thanked you, but thank you for adding us to your calendar recently, both beyond the NFT and community building Decentraland. And let's see. I see Yolantis is coming up. Well, never mind. I get it like said she came up, but then it like put her
Hello?
back at listener.
Hi.
Hello?
Oh, there you
Oh.
are. Hi.
Oh, yeah, it says I'm a listener, but I can talk to you?
Looks like it.
Mm. Okay. I don't know what you would be laughing about. That's amazing to hear that I said something funny in my presentation on digital accessibility on the web.
No, it wasn't really like you were like saying something funny. It was like I really enjoyed your like transitions. Like like that's mainly like I was enjoying listening to you present up there. But
Thank you.
welcome and good morning.
Good morning. Yep, I can't go to Decentraland because I'm doing household chores. It's Saturday morning. Need my hands. Um, so you know what? Ever since the Yukata Festival, there has been so much synchronicity in my life about that, and it kind of blew my mind. I haven't been coming to the Saturday morning shows to talk about it, but I don't know how many. It has it been 2 weeks or 1 week? Um, so Hanko's in Tokyo watching the live stream of Decentraland on the wall in the mall with the friends who made the yukatas, and then us in Decentraland watching a live stream on the wall of the people live in Tokyo. It just like stuck with me. It'll stick with me forever. And that's why I turned to Midjourney and I started making yukata after yukata after yukata after yukata. And I had so much fun making outfits for myself.
So how many have you made so far?
Of the ones that I upscaled, there were 45. Um, so it's only a few when you think about it in terms of how many images you can make in Midjourney. Some people make hundreds at a time, but I just savored the moment. I was like, oh, I like that one and that one. Um, so it's neat to know um, what what words the engine knows. So it understands yukata, it understands kimono, it understands furoshiki. So like when I give it those words, it'll add parts into the image that reflect that it knows. So that's what I have fun doing.
That is awesome. I mean, the like you said, the digital party where we could see the people, not even just the people, like our friends. We could see like Kenji and Hankos across the world, like
Yeah.
totally different. I mean, what a mind trip. I think I was looking through the footage of it yesterday, and
And
it's
I need to
just
make myself an outfit like that. That just really impressed me. Like cute kawaii is what they were calling it. And I totally want to dress up like that now. if
I wonder
uh,
if they have a way to like kind of keep it going, like bridge it into like, not just be done, but continue it like in the metaverse. If people wanted yukatas, they could, work with Meta Tokyo or some. I mean, it would be cool to have those designers like make a new one. Like, hey, here's my Mid Journey design. Can you like interpret it into,
mhm.
a pattern or something like that?
Oh yeah. Um, I wish I knew about the length of the yukatas because I'm not from that culture. Like I don't know if the men wear ones that are short, like mid thigh, like to the fingertip, and women wear ones to the ankle. I'm just not sure, but that's how Midjourney was giving it to me. Some of them are short, some of them are long.
Hmm. That could be like a cool question to ask to one of our friends, like either Hankos or Kenji.
Mhm.
And like uh, I always love trying to communicate with Kenji because like I feel like we've gotten it down. Like for example, I'll pull up to his like Twitter space and like I can't understand anything, so he'll like message me after this Twitter space like, "Hey, Sinful, thank you for pulling up. We talked about this, and this today."
So how
It's
good
like
are the translators, guys? How good? Like if you were to take his Japanese text and pop it into Google Translate, would it do it all right, or would it make it a lot of mistakes?
You know, I've tried it in the past before, and I think it's good enough. Like with Google Translate, not exactly with Japanese, but I have tried it with Chinese, and like it seemed like it was good enough. Like I was like trying to ask them like, do you understand this? And they're like, yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, but there's Mandarin and Cantonese. I don't think that there's a language called Chinese. There.
Yeah. It was Mandarin that I was trying to translate to.
All right.
I know with Kenji and Henkos, those are our ambassadors for Decentraland in Japan, and what they've done before, because we'll have these meetings where everything is live and it's in English, and Kenji actually has like a software that he can put over the video and have it try to translate like in real time, but sometimes it's effective, sometimes it's not, and then he'll just take the recording and then run it through that software later, like after the meeting, which is really neat. And that's one of the things that, like, obviously language barrier, huge challenge, but it's been really neat just to see our ambassadors like find people that could translate for them when it was for the interviews and they needed, like, some of that was very technical, and so we wanted to make sure that they got their articulated their message accurately. But I think it touches on a good subject, that it's like it would be amazing to have more tools for translation in Decentraland, so that, like, what if language wasn't a barrier? I don't know how that's done, because I mean it's a long that's a big ask, but I bet in the future it'll be something that we explore more and more, since we're such a global audience.
Machine learning is getting there. I'm watching the news, and they're working hard on live auto translations. And of course, there's so many bugs to work out. But we'll have something remedial pretty soon, like decent, like MVP, minimum viable product. We'll have pretty soon. That'll be fun. And also, you know what I want in Decentraland? I love in the lobby that there's countdown clocks by the events. And do you know if in the SDK, like, could I put a countdown, like a time converter widget? Because countdown clocks seem to do the best with helping people all over the world understand what the duration is they have to wait for an event.
I don't know, but I need that too, because those are the ones that I exactly, like, I'll have the best chance of getting to the event if it just tells me like in 1 hour.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I'm still learning. I'm not even there yet. Not even close to knowing, like, if that's in a GitHub somewhere, if that's a possibility. So we've got really, really smart people here. Anybody, if you know if that is a feature that we can pull from GitHub in the SDK, let us know, because that, or maybe they can make it, because I know Toxic and Mean Green are like creating amazing stuff. So maybe it's just something that people could create.
My screen keeps going. I think I'm going to go mute so that I can do some other things. It's super great hearing the community. Thanks for having me up.
Well, please, if you do any more with the yukatas, let us know. Keep us posted, because it's just I was like inspired that seeing your posts, and that you were inspired by that.
That's really cool. So yes, it does lead me to the next question. I have been so busy with all the other things. I don't know the timeline for the wearable contest, and if I can jump into anybody's Blender download tutorial, like, not download, but I have it on my computer, but I just am not a pro at using it. So I know that Toxic Waifu was saying that somebody was going to teach her Blender to help her make her alien wearable, and I'm excited to see it. But I'd love to hop in and attend.
Yeah, the rules are super vague, but I'm like personally, because I'm entering as well, so I'm just gonna keep a very close eye on it. It's the deadline is September 15th, Your wearable needs to be submitted, approved, and published on the marketplace by that time, by September 15. The theme is all around the galaxy. Not sure how it's going to be judged, so I couldn't answer that question. And crap, what was the last thing? I feel like I'm missing something. Canessa, am I missing something?
Let's see. You said I posted information about it right up here. Exotic theme, September 15th.
Exotic. There we go. That was the last missing detail.
So it has to be only 50 of them can be made.
Which Yolantis, would like to ask you a quick question, and this is pertaining around printing because Josh and I are joining forces, and we're making something cool. But we also wanted to bring it to the physical world as well. But when we got to the printing process, it seems like the image that we got initially was like kind of like too low of a DPI whenever we like put it onto like, let's say, Printful. Is are there like any better ways to increase the DPI besides making the canvas on your image like 10,000 by 10,000?
Yeah, you can't stretch. Don't try to stretch an image to try to get it bigger. So what I do with Midjourney will give me something that is maybe 10,065 pixels, and I need it more like 6,000 or 7,000 to 8,000 pixels across to get good DPI at 300 or at 72. So I use Topaz Gigapixel. If you shoot me your image, I'll run it through Topaz. Topaz is an upscaler and it adds pixels smart with AI, so it makes it crisp, and so you don't get blurry images.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Because like it took us like 3 hours to try to figure out how to get a higher DPI, and then
Oh my God,
eventually
don't do that. Ask me. Just ask me.
yeah,
Don't bang your head
yeah.
for 3 hours.
Yeah, I know. I know. It literally after 3 hours, Josh goes, "You know who we can ask? We can ask Yolantis." And I'm like, "Oh my God, yes."
So if anybody doesn't know, I started as a print professional and a web professional. So I know how to prepare files for both industries, and they're very different. So I used to do package design. I would do designs that go on CD labels, designs that go on stickers. I did signage for a glass wall. I did business cards. I did forms, inventory stuff. So yeah, it's kind of mind bending to understand the differences if you haven't been trained in all that.
Yep. And I guess eventually like a fix that we kind of did is like I mentioned, I went in Photoshop, and I made a canvas that was 10,000 by 10,000. Then I just generated an image onto that canvas, and then when I put it into Printful, it gave me like 250 DPI, which is like excellent in a way.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay,
I
so I did it kind of right. Like there is like I didn't just like kind of do it like let's see, like a janky way or like kind of a
The janky way would be to take something that is 800 pixels across and then just drag it by the handle and drag it up to 10,000 pixels and then hope it works. It won't work like that. So you generated something at 72 DPI that is 10,000 pixels across, and then your print provider, your production partner, knew that engine knew what DPI it's going to factor down to, so or up to. It factored it up. So
and I'm
it's
not gonna
fine.
lie to you, the janky way that you did mention just now, I
Yeah,
did try
yeah.
before I like,
You're like,
re
oh, that was terrible.
yeah, I was like, damn, we're getting 50 DPI now. What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my
but
gosh.
but but yeah, Josh and I are working on something special here, and I'm personally pretty excited about it.
All right, that'll be cool to see. Talk to me in the DMs or somewhere.
Hmm.
I'll probably
Sounds
pay
good.
attention.
Well,
Okay.
we'll let you get back to the chores, the housework. Thank you, Yolantis. And I saw a kid called Meta Beast jump up. What's up, one exist?
Morning, all. Um, well, thank you for talking about hopping in with people working in Blender, Yolantas, because that reminded me I had told Lostrom at one time about starting up a FAFO for the in-world builder, possibly. So I wanted to throw that out there. If anybody's interested in using the in-world builder and seeing what all it can do, I am down to show what I have learned. Bustan may jump in now and then, Dr. Drip, and even Lostrom comes in now and then if he knows people are working in World Builder. Um, I just haven't figured out the best time to do that, but if people are interested, please let me know, and then I'll start setting something up. Because it may do more than a lot of you think it does. So
Yeah, I need help with that because when I tried, I took down the it's Yolantis, of course. I took down the template for the nightclub and then I just had a lot of trouble trying to customize it with my own image uploads. So yeah, if I could have eyes on and your advice as I try to work my way through it, that would be great.
most definitely, be happy to. That's certainly one of the things that I've been shown. There are some special tricks, I guess, you gotta do to get there, and I guess one other thing is you can actually create in-world builder now, and if you own a parcel or more, upload it from the in-world builder into Genesis Plaza or Genesis City. So since the web browser is going to go away for those that aren't familiar enough with SDK 7 and such, you'll still be able to create through the in-world builder and bring it into Genesis City, which is pretty cool.
I wonder. I mean, I wonder and I hope that, like, I mean, like you just mentioned, the builder, or actually, we don't know. Do we know if the web builder will be going away? Like, I know, like, the web browser, the web version of Decentraland will go away, but do you know if the builder is too?
I think that's staying. You just have to use that. Like my scenes that I built in SDK 6 won't work. I'll have to like put them in SDK 7, but I think it's there. I mean, if not, then we riot.
But no, according to friends, the SDK 7 builder doesn't or barely works as it is right now. How will people build?
It's much, much better than it was. I've not.
Oh, nice.
I've not experienced any of the issues. If you don't recall, I was very loud about my disappointments and frustrations with it when that first came out, and it has improved. And I know there is a little bit. I don't know if more has been made, but there is at least one brief tutorial on YouTube on how to use it.
I believe, but I'm just judging off like the most recent experience that I was around, which was Make struggling to like to put up a build, but then I do believe he did figure it out by putting like a pre-build like on the builder as well, like shortly after. But what I kind of wanted to say, it's like like moving to a new client could be an opportunity to kind of integrate in-world builder as like Decentraland's builder. I don't know. I'm just throwing the idea out there. Like, they're doing good work, and with better resources and more guidance from the actual team, they could actually build like what's wanted.
Well, that's probably one of everybody's favorite things to do is write and read a proposal and vote on it.
The proposal is already there, isn't it? I mean, in World Builder, Dow's paying for it.
Well, I mean, to integrate it into.
They don't listen to us one
I think that
exit.
would be hard because it's
Well,
hosted on a private server. So I think that
ah,
that would be pretty complicated to. I mean, I think there's benefit of having like Decentraland hosted servers, and then a like privately hosted server. Um, it's really interesting. Like I went through every single grant ever approved this week, like 5 days of looking at spreadsheets. And I will just say there's been way too much money spent on different building iterations of tools like that you can use in world that aren't being like that aren't usable. And so I think it's a good idea to like find something that's working and stick with that rather than like, do we need 5 different ways to build in world? Maybe we do. Like maybe everybody has different needs and one fits those needs over others. But I think that at least in my opinion, that is a place to streamline like what we're able to do.
well, here's a thought. If there was some one of those was had something a feature of some sort that people like or sounds interesting, shouldn't Last Slice be able to go and take what was created and maybe integrate it into the in-world builder? Shouldn't that code
Oh,
or the?
don't get me started. Don't get
I
me
know,
started.
I
It's
know,
too
I
early
know.
in the morning, man.
Okay.
No,
Well,
no, no. I'm heavily advocating, as much as anybody would listen to me, that projects are open source. I mean, they are like right now. If you're going to get a DAO grant, you got to open source it, but it wasn't always the case. So we've paid for really cool stuff that doesn't belong to the DAO, like it's non-accessible. So, oh yeah. I mean, people probably just want me to stop talking right now because I think that would be awesome. I mean, the repo, like if you go in there, you can grab stuff, bring it out. Wouldn't that be awesome if instead of everybody like working independently on their own little projects, what if everybody was working towards that, that one thing that then, the in-world builder can pull from or different ways to do it. But I think it's got to be open source if you want DAO funds. If you don't want to open source it, that's cool. There's like venture capitalists, investment groups you could probably get funding, and then you don't give away the ownership, the rights to your code. But I think that like that is something we will struggle with probably forever, being a open world, open source project that should be accessible to all. It kind of like makes it hard to run a business if you want to keep that source, that code, to yourself.
Hey, I mean, I guess it's like the choice that you have to make. It's like get a DAO fund, get a DAO grant, and release my code, or keep my business plan. Like, I feel like it's a fair decision.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's instant
nobody has
funding.
to get a DAO grant. Like, there's no like rules that say that is the way to go. There's a lot. I mean, and the reason that really like sticks to me is at GDC, all these people were coming through trying to get funding for their games they're trying to get it on Steam. They're trying to fundraise, crowdfund. They're trying to get money for it. And here in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, like we are so lucky. We have a DAO. Like I can't even convey to these people coming through, like, yeah, if you just built your game in Decentraland, like there's funding here. You're not trying to go secure all that funding. So I think just in the gaming industry itself, like it's very cutthroat and it's very hard, and you have to have a viable product in order to get that funding. And here in Decentraland, it's not it's not quite so like finite where you have to have that game in order to get the funding. So it's like a double-edged sword. It's good, it's bad, but ultimately I think that it's going to give people the possibility of being really a small studio and getting funding, which is just, if you were anywhere else in the gaming industry, I think you'd be talking to venture capitalists, you'd be in like boardrooms asking for money, and it'd be a totally different ball game.
So this just made a connection for me and make something make more sense. So I don't know how many of you remember Sean from. Uh, he's creating a metaverse platform called RP1, where they're kind of creating the hub. And when I asked him, I went on tour and asked him because the security, the protecting our avatars from weird, creepy people and whatnot. I asked him what their plan was for that, and he stated that that is something they're creating the platform. That is something that a third party person would come through and create a UI or whatever with the features to do that, and then people could choose whether to purchase theirs, or if somebody else does it too, purchase someone else's. So if you have land and you know how to do this kind of stuff, you could always, like you said, it doesn't have to necessarily go through the DAO. You could build something for your parcel, then and have a working product, and then if you wanted, you could see if, I guess, go through and ask if the DAO wanted to purchase it for everyone to use, or else even sell it yourself, as long as it works, and then people would decide whether to buy it or not. Kind of like they're planning on doing. If that makes sense, I hope.
So my question then is like, is that something the DAO should be buying, or is that something foundations should be paying for?
Okay, good question. And
I was
think
thinking it would be like other people buying code, like let's say me buying the code from you.
Well, I think there could be that option as well. I mean, there's so many that actually we're coming up with more and more options if people will just go build it. And then you could sell it to others, or maybe the DAO would buy it and then make it available for everyone to use for free, so to speak. Right? Or no?
I mean, yes, but then you would also have to see, like, would the foundation support that? I mean, I think that's the danger anytime that there's something that, unless you're talking about like
it would depend. It would depend on what it is. Yes, because of that foundation slash DAO fine line. Is it something we need people that can integrate it into Decentraland somehow, eventually? Anyway, I guess is one thing too, but I guess it might depend on. I'm trying to think of an example of something somebody. Well, um, whatever the in-world builders you came across that don't work anymore, and we don't have the open code. They should have built it first. Then we decide whether we buy it and make it available for everyone, or they could have sold it, could have tried to sell it themselves and make money. That was a money making.
Because there's been people that have come through and they've got good ideas and they want like a $70,000 grant, and I'm like, I mean, I asked this person like, hey, do you have a MVP? Like, can we see what you've created? And they're like, no, we're waiting for funding and then we're going to do that. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I want to see it. I want to try it out first. And their answer, because it was something I got like on a private call with them, and they were like, well, if I build it to show you an example, that's pretty much building the entire thing, and they didn't want to build it without getting paid. So it's like, okay, I mean, I get that, but at the same time, I'm glad that we don't. I think we should probably not fund projects that we haven't seen. In this particular case, they were also secured funding. They were gonna, like, they basically wanted Decentraland to pay for something that they were going to profit off of by selling it to a lot of other gaming companies. So I mean, yeah. I think we just got to be like mindful of what we're seeing, and if it's something like that that can help other like the privacy one, things like that. I know that the foundation is working on that slowly, like and I think that one will always be probably that'll be a hard one. Like we want to be free, we want to do what we want here in the metaverse, and so like figuring out how to censor people that just want to bug others are probably going to be, it's probably never going to be like a easy fix.
Well, I think that's a Web3 mentality that was created because uh, when somebody creates a PFP project, they most of the time they don't have everything done. They sell a picture with all these plans, this roadmap telling you this is what's going to happen once we sell out. So they're looking, just like in this case, they're looking for the money first to make something instead of having something and then, or even having their roadmap done and then selling to be able to continue with what else they want to do, and right away providing some sort of value to a person who buys into their project. So I think
Yeah.
it's a Web3 mentality to do that kind of, or Kickstarter basically is kind of what I compare it to sometimes too.
Well, I think as we move forward, we have to collectively and individually like identify what we're okay supporting, because like I said, after going through every single grant ever paid out, it is just disgusting to see what we've spent money on and what you can still find in world today. I mean, millions and millions of dollars. And so we have to decide like how are we going to like fund the next wave of projects, and then how are we going to make sure that they're accountable, because there's things, like $90,000 for a 4-day comedy fest, and like, I mean, that's like $25,000 a day. So per day, if you broke it down, let's just say you broke that grant down 25,000 a day, or let's say you broke down something that had $100,000 for a year, like per day, they don't stack up. So I think we got to be smarter about what we approve, and then also just demand accountability. It's
I,
got to be there.
I think that's one that Cheddar Queso and I went through. I'm thinking of the same one. And when I
Oh,
looked at that,
there were two of them
okay,
actually,
well,
two times at the
one of
comedy.
them just seemed like giving them money so they could have VIP uh, tickets to a comedy event in Las Vegas, is what it
Yeah,
seemed to
no,
me.
in total we
Skankfest.
spent $148,000 for 8 days of comedy. $148,000.
And then like in their booth when they were showing Decentraland on like the picture behind them or whatever, they weren't even representing Decentraland correctly. Like they were using a totally different avatar, like in Genesis City Plaza, I think it was. It was like a Ready Player Me avatar.
Yeah, I mean that one specifically, I had people in my DMs saying, like after I voted no, saying, please reconsider your vote. This is really important, and
Oh, I
it's
voted super no on that.
well, I mean I did too, but it didn't stop them from coming and like trying to change my vote because we happen to have the same NFT project. Like, so I think that that's hopefully like the culture of that kind of tomfoolery is also changing. Where, like in my mind, if that's what we spent money on, like where is Skankfest today in Decentraland? Where can I see that in world? Can I buy the wearable? Can I go to like land that it's deployed on? I mean, if the DAO has bought these extra parcels of land to sweep the floor, why aren't we deploying DAO funded projects that maybe were like a weekend, maybe it was like 1 week, or like a fashion show. I mean, there were $5,000 to have like a Violetta fashion show. Like, we should deploy those scenes that we've essentially bought on that land. So at least we're populating the
Even
world.
even some Sandstorm winners or contestants maybe be
All the
deployed.
sandstorm, all the sandstorm. Let's see, how much did we spend on that? I mean, I'm sorry. We're leading up to the DAO regenesis, and so I'm all like fired up because this is like our chance to make change. So $120,000 to Sandstorm. We should have permanent builds for all of that. And emotes were part of that and wearables. So why aren't those published? Like they were created for the competition. They should have published them too.
Well,
But
maybe
I
I'll go write a proposal on making the DAO do that, at least so there's something until we decide what to do with all that land they purchased.
I see that cheddar queso is coming up, but I would like to get to a hand. If it's on the same topic currently, feel free to open up between Argent or Make. I don't know which one came up first.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Well, I was thinking into things. It's true that we need to rethink that, but I think that's the idea of the that they have now with the renewal or the I cannot say too much, but the things that they are planning to do with the revocations committee. So in theory, if you are a creator, what should you should do is to, especially in game design, is to create a little demo, not only the pictures and so on, but just a little demo, 10 minutes demo or less, like a little blogging together that needs to be there. And that maybe should be like something, a must instead of a suggestion. So if you don't have this, you cannot apply to a grant for this thing. It has
Show
sense?
us the proof of concept. That's what you're saying, Argent, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So people can, because a little demo you can arrange. It's not that difficult. Yes, it's taking time from you, but from a little demo, then you can increase. Then you can even go and pitch the same thing to other parts. So it's interesting anyway if you're a game designer to do it.
I like that idea, Argent. And what I've thought about too is like instead of just having a DAO facilitation squad, why not an education squad? Why not? Why aren't we doing like a weekly 1 hour educational class that, maybe nobody shows up for it, but like when grants are coming through, maybe that's a requirement in order to submit a grant is that you have to show that you attended this class, like to know how the DAO works, and then maybe after you get your grant you have to show up to those classes because it would allow the community, I think, to see what you're doing and at least help people along so that if they are missing steps, if they're not, if they're falling behind on it, that it's a at least that could like remediate that problem. Like if it's for other reasons, that their grants may fail, that might be out of the threshold. But I think just like educating people on how to finish a successful grant, because as somebody who's like self-revoked a grant, I can see a lot of pieces that could make it easier, and people want to succeed. I mean, some people want money and they just want money from the down. That's fine. Like we're learning who those are, but some grant recipients, they want to make it work, but there's blockers. So I would
Not just educate the grantees, though, because not all of us understand 100% what somebody's asking for and what the benefits will be. And the
Yeah.
texting communication is not working. I mentioned in unknowers spaces, I feel that they should present their proposal in a chat, voice chat, so people can actually ask their questions and things can possibly be more understood
Mhm.
than through chat. Just a thought there.
I agree. I can say that on Monday I was on the first I guess cheddar 2 passed it, and also our job that are people of our community and X13 also a specimen that we applied to the revocations committee. And I don't know if you, but one of my questions as I come here, I listen, um, I also talk a lot. It was asking some of those concerns, like for example, education thing, and also this new thing that you said, Git. And I can say that in theory is what they want to do. I mean the squad, not the revocations committee. When you apply for a grant, they but anyway, I think that a part of the squad committee, the squad, you know, it should be an other education squad, especially for people that is new to the platform and is new to game design, you know. And that would be really, really cool because then, for example, we can do like master classes and those master classes being fun. For example, an hour with a simple about how to plug the and how to stream in the central and how make it work, you know. And that would be money that then it goes to the educator that goes to do that master class or course. And that would be really, really, really interesting to do. A part of the facilitation squad, because the facilitation is the tool, or as I understand it, is the tool that is like a liaison. Is taking care that you are not having issues during the project and that you are on the timeline. But if you don't achieve that, now in theory, what is coming is that they are going to revoke the grant to those people that fails to do those things.
It sounds like you're, so you said facilitation squad, and some of those duties were the grant support squad as well. So I think, um, they're two different entities, but I think the grant support squad is the one that's more that you have your meeting with every month. Make sure that you're hitting your goals and everything like that, checking in. And then it's the revocation committee that is in charge of looking over anything. Like if it's not, um, if somebody recommends that they do a deep dive and look at what if you're making those targets. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I really think everybody should go through and look at the grants and chronologically, because you can see why these were started. You can see like some craziness, and then yeah, after those squads were formed, it did help like stymie the flow a little bit. Yeah, and let's see, I do see Make and Cheddar, but if you want, RJ, you can
Just
respond to that.
yes, just adding that in order to revoke, I know that they want also to decentralize it. So it's not only the squad, the facilitation squad, but also then they will pass to the revocations committee. So that's like a second layer of, well, this project is definitely out, or we give a go to. And I recommend any people that is here to try to check for what is, as you said, Canessa, it's very important to know what you're voting and who are you voting. Also, if this person has a historical record of not achieving things or not doing the things as they promise, um, why whales are passing this project, or how is that this person is getting into the grants or getting the yes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think like I found one project that submitted grants from three different ETH addresses. So if you look at the project and you're like, okay, how much money have they received? It doesn't look like much until you go hunt down those two other projects, that they're a part of as well. And so like I think looking at it like bigger picture holistically, also just it's one thing to have a DAO the size it is now with the amount of people looking for grant funding, but oh my gosh, if they're like when Bull Run, like it's intense, it's insane. Like there are grants for everything. Like I want to rebuild a house, please. I mean, and I'm not even talking Gary's apartment. Like somebody wanted money for a house. So I think like this is the time to figure out all of these as much as we can, these procedures, because otherwise like it's just going to be nuts when it gets busy. Make and Cheddar, I'm not I think Make, you had your hand up first. But Cheddar, how about I let you fight it out
Ladies
with your hand?
first. Cheddar in the mix.
Hey guys, good morning everybody. Really good conversation that we're having today as always, and I just kind of wanted to throw a little different angle of thinking about this from my brain perspective. Um, I I feel that part of the reason why we have so many of these dead projects is because we just don't do our due diligence when it comes to voting for grant projects and looking at proposals. First of all, our grant proposals are not community driven, right? These proposals don't come from within a community that builds a consensus that says, these are our priorities. This is our mission and vision. This is how we plan to achieve those priorities. And these are the types of projects and initiatives and actions that we need to take in order to reach those goals. Projects just come in and all of a sudden we decide that something is a good idea and we vote for it, but we don't even ask the questions to see whether this is going to fit in our future plan or what our plan is. The second thing is that we have no synergy with the foundation. Now, I understand how a lot of people feel about foundation and this and that, but the fact of the matter is that for the foreseeable future, these are the people that are in charge of our marketing, our brand, and our client. So we have to work with this team of developers and strategists in order to be able to integrate the ideas that the DAO puts forth into the platform. And we don't even do that. There is no input from foundation. There are no steps that we take before we decide whether a project should even go up for a vote. The third thing is that there's lack of oversight. And I agree that we should support grantees and that there should be grantee support, because I have seen folks that have come in knowing nothing. And because of the support that they've received from the DAO, the mentorship, and the patience that we've given these teams, they have come up to do amazing things, right? And we should foster that within the community. But we should also think of where we draw the line between providing support to the grantee and providing support to ourselves, right? You have to kind of draw the line, because we provide a lot of support and we provide a lot of mentorship and we give a lot of leeway, but the result of that is that we have a whole bunch of dead projects, right? And so now we have to look back and see where we can maneuver that, where we can finagle that, so that we can still support the grantees but not have a whole bunch of dead projects on our hands. The other thing that I feel that we need to do is we need to establish a grant disbursement process that goes through a certain set of steps before we even consider these proposals for approval. We need to get together with a technical team with the foundation to look at the feasibility of integrating this project into the long run of the client. If we don't do that, if we don't have that input, if we don't have that information, that knowledge, we cannot even fucking, I'm sorry, we cannot even make the freaking decision. It's not something that should even come come up for a vote. I don't even know why we're even doing this, right? We don't have the necessary information on our hands. We haven't taken the proper steps to be able to make this decision. And that's the reason why, in my humble opinion, community, we run into blockers, right? Because we didn't do the due diligence in the first place. So then, oh, we want to do it, but we're running into these blockers. Well, these are blockers that could have been taken care of before we even decided to make this decision. And the last thing is that we have a lot of favoritism in this community. We vote. We continue to make these mistakes with recent proposals that have come up within the last month, community. We don't do the due diligence before we say, yes, this is a great idea. We're going to vote to support this person. For example, I have seen comments in support of proposals that say, oh, this is a great person. In the past, they've helped me out with this and they've done this for me, and I want to support them. And I'm like, that's great. Listen, it's wonderful for us to be able to support each other. And if this person has something for sale, or if they have a special project that you want to support them with your own money, then that's great. But the purpose and the mission of the funds of the Decentraland DAO are not for you to be thankful to other people for stuff that they've done for you, so you vote for their project. We have to separate the people from the project and really do the due diligence to see whether this project is good in the best interest of Decentraland, and not because we love this person and we want to support them. I saw comments in a recent proposal from a DAO, from a community, that said, without any other comment, without any questions, without any scrutiny, without anything, we vote to support this person. Well, that's great. I'm really glad that we're voting to support our community members, but the purpose and the mission of the funds of the DAO is not to support, we're like, the purpose and the mission is to support Decentraland. It's to support the platform. It's to support us, right? And we have to put that first. I think that what we're doing is like, we get a certain income, and I have things that I want to support. I wish that I could buy every single freaking wearable that comes out. Do you know how many people have wearables out there that I wish that I could buy? I wish that I could support every single one of you, but I can't, because I have to be process of decision making that we are not going through. And it has to be community driven. There has to be synergy with foundation. There has to be more oversight. We need to establish a process. And I don't know how we're going to take care of the whole favoritism thing. I mean, that's just a thing that we need to, I don't know, individually make decisions. But that's my take. I love you guys.
Cheddar was cooking, so you only offended me once during that whole thing, and you offended me when you stopped yourself from saying fucking. So, yeah.
I'm passionate about this community. I'm sorry. I try
No,
to keep it
no, I'm
professional,
saying,
but yeah.
I'm offended that you changed it to freaking.
I love you.
uh,
I think you have accents to the words, and it's very important to have in mind that. Um, I also believe that if, you know, when you have a friend and this friend is applying for a grant, something you want to be supported, it's cool. You can do that. But then maybe if your friend is not entirely on the right path to do it appropriately, then don't shut up. Just say it. And say why right now is a no, and why. Don't be afraid of tell your friend, because if it's a friend, you can tell your friend, hey, you need this and this and this before applying to the grant in order to make it like more consistent. Uh, than just because it's a good person, you know.
I
So
think that we need to decide as a community what those requirements are. And for me,
mhm.
one of those requirements is for us to have input and communication with foundation. How is this going to be implemented in the future? For example, if we have a proposal that is going to integrate something and that grantee says that they have been in talks with the foundation, but that they couldn't make it work, so they tried to do it through a grant. I would like to know specifically, why didn't it work? What were your talks with the foundation? What were your blockers in that instance that made it so that it didn't work? So now you have to go through the DAO. Because if I cannot answer those basic questions, how am I going to say yes to the project? And I think that we are blinded by favoritism and we say, oh, yeah, this is great, but we don't even ask the most basic questions. I think that if we were working with our own money, with our own wallets, we would scrutinize these things a bit more. And I think that as a community, we should decide what those steps should be before a grant even goes up for a vote. What information do we need to have? Do we need to armed with as a community before we can even come up for a vote? And I think one of those decisions is we need to have input and a report or something, something from foundation, right? How is this going to be implemented? Is this feasible? Is this possible? And we don't even have that input. So then we vote for the project, the thing happens, and then we end up with a dead project. Why? Because it's never going to be integrated because we never took that step in the first place. It just doesn't make any sense.
So maybe we need to write a proposal and present it in order to achieve that they hear us. And we can change that, maybe add those questions, or how?
I think that we'd have to come together and establish a process. What is it that we need to know as a community for a project before it even goes up for a vote? And that depends on whether it's a platform project, a content project, or the different categories that we have. If it's an in-world content project, then what information do we need to have right before this goes up for a vote? You, foundation, what do you think? You, DAO, technical team, security team, what do you think? You, what do you think? Right? It's like the people that are going to be in charge of actually implementing this. How are we going to implement this? You, marketing team, you, publicity, whatever. Like, right? What are the questions that we need to ask, and what are the answers that we need to have before we say, okay, right, this is how it's going to happen? A lot of times we vote on things like the VR client or the Instaverse, right? I can name a million things that we voted on that we just didn't even ask how it was going to happen before we voted on it. We were like, yeah, that's great, but we just didn't ask, right? If you're gonna make rice, I talk to my daughter like this all the time, right? If you're gonna make rice, you're gonna make a recipe, you're gonna need certain things. You're gonna need, right, your oven temperature. You're gonna need, what kind of cauldron are you gonna use, right? And we're trying to cook, but we don't have the recipe or the instructions on how to cook. And I think that's what we need to come up with as a community, is the recipe for a semi, like, right, even they might not even be successful in the end, right? But at least we had some basic foundation of tools to vet these projects for success.
So Cheddar, let's pretend I'm a project coming in and you want to know how I'm going to cook rice, and I give you, I do like chat GPT on how to cook rice, and I give you the best answer possible on how to cook rice. And then you're like, oh, okay, this person knows how to cook rice, like, they're good, okay. But like that's I feel like that's not even enough. Like, there needs to be another layer of checks and balances. Like, I hate the idea of another committee, but like, it seems like we need, like, that. I know that's been talked about, is having a different kind of group or committee that grants would go to before formally submitted, and it would be somebody like that, where there's a, if it's applicable to foundation, there would be a foundation team member, there'd be a SDK expert, or if that's the range that it's in, or if it's a wearable, something like that, there'd be somebody from the curation committee. Like, I don't know. What are your thoughts on having like a pre-submission team that would look stuff over and just kind of give it the check off? Like, yeah, this one is, they have a portfolio. They're at least legit because
I think that goes hand in hand with the beginning, like what I said in the beginning about it being community driven and us deciding what our priorities are, how we're going to reach those goals, and what tools or programs or applications or projects are we going to put in place to reach those goals, right? It can come in, I think that we have to establish, yeah, you're right. I don't know if it's a committee or whatever, right? There has to be people, right, that work every single day to say, these are the priorities of the DAO, these are our goals, and this is what we're doing every single day to reach those goals, whether we're building applications or building infrastructure or programs, right? Like the protocol squad, things like that, right? And then the whole synergy with foundation. I think with that, we could ourselves, like what we're doing with the Regenesis, right? We're getting together to decide what are our priorities and how we're doing it already. That's why I'm still here, right? Because it's slow and it's painful and we've been through a lot, but we're doing it right now. We're getting together to figure out what our priorities are and how we are going to put the funds in place in an efficient way to reach those priorities. And then who is going to drive? We have to, Mariana has been saying it for ever. I think Mariana is exhausted and tired of saying that the DAO needs an organizational structure, right? Of like, we're going to decide who is going to do what instead of having people come up to us and say, hey, I can do this. I'm going to do this for the DAO. And us saying, yeah, that's a great idea. You can do it. Here's some money. Does this match with our goals, right? What is it that we have to decide internally what it is that we need and then put it out. Like I really like To the Moon's bounty program. I don't think that we're ready for it, but I think that we have to decide internally. We need a team of people to do what Fractillions used to do with the Brick by Brick Builders Club, which was an excellent thing. She brought things together and she focused and featured and she put out blogs and YouTube videos, and the DAO had like a presence online. That girl was invaluable, right? We can decide as a community, we need somebody to do this, and then choose the best people to be able to do that. Then people can put in proposals, right? Then we can decide we need somebody, and then that person can say, I can fulfill the requirements of what it is that you need because I have the skills in doing this, and that, and I can prove it because I've been doing it, or this is what I do, right? And I should get paid for it, and I'll help you guys. Right? It's why we hired, what's her name? Beautiful, from that's doing our social media right now, Master, right? Master Wayne's, right? She's great, right? Because we decided as a community, we need somebody who is going to just sit there and rock our social media. And we're going to look for somebody, right? We're going to put it out. We have decided as a community that we need this, and this. And we're not saying that it's going to be perfect. We might make basmati rice or we might make risotto one day, right? But at least we have a basic foundation for success, for a plan. We're not just doing things like putting the horse before the buggy.
I agree on that. Also, as you said, it's important to have a specialized people that know what they are doing in these committees. With this, I want to say that in comparing, for example, to another metaverse platform, that the improvement in the market of Decentraland is quite noticeable compared to other metaverse platforms that has reduced it. I'm going to compare, for example, to Mona, that has actually reduced the team for marketing and is now having some issues with that. So the, I hope we can rethink how to put this on a way that instead of just talking, we can get the action. Chada, how we can arrive this exactly this to, for example, foundation in order for foundation to do it and hire people that can be in these squads.
Yep, I'm excited for the Regenesis Summit. I think that we're going to talk a lot more about that kind of stuff, but I'm going to let Make speak because he's been waiting forever. I mean, your hands got to be super tired.
I'm just really hungry now looking at cheddar and talking about rice. Um, GM, great to see y'all again this morning. First of all, I think cheddar is like correct, and I think Vanessa's right. I'd love to know a few things. Like, okay, we've all bought our fair share of rugs, and so did Decentraland. And some of them we got caught up in hype or we liked, and some of the things we held on to, and they've been great life-changing investments or plans. What are the things from the Dow? Because all I ever hear, like even this week, I had somebody write me on Instagram about an event, about the event we were doing, and somebody had made some sort of proposal, and somebody else within the group was like, no, I don't like that. So then that person went on like an angry rampage, and I get back like, oh, you shouldn't do something with those people. They don't believe in you and this and that. So letting them all go and getting back to a funnel down approach, first of all, and what is actually necessary would be the first step, right? If there are these categories and teams. But what has been successful from the Dow? Well, I mean, like all we ever do is say, these are the rugs, these are the problems. What have we learned from, what is it, 2.5, 3 years of the Dow that have worked? And what has made us a better community already? What are
I think that
five things that made us better?
I think that the whole Fractillions Brick by Brick Builders Club was one of my favorite things. I think the Sandstorm, just the creative building part of it, and some of those have even come from Foundation. Actually, I think that the DAO should do more, but like the Game Expo and the events that have given the community an opportunity to be creative and that have incentivized the community for being creative, like this new exotic wearable contest thing. That to me is like super cool. I love to see people winning mana, winning land, winning things for building and creating and doing awesome stuff that has had more longevity than projects that we've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for.
100%. And so it's 100% true. And so I think
I want to throw the ambassadors program in there as something that was a good.
I think a stipend of builder, I mean, I've pounded the table a few times in a few directions within the growth of what I see from the outside, no longer participating in this side of things, but wanting to help make change and stepping up when we need to. I think the creators who are there or the builders who are doing stuff, if it gets funneled down from the top and they're contest driven or led for the community, I think is great. I also think there's going to be an immense amount of opportunity with the new client as it grows for people who can fight bugs. Like Ozzy down there had a brilliant idea about logging bugs and finding things and being rewarded for it. It should be 100% driven not around micro builds or concepts, and be all about what Decentraland needs to thrive. And so we need people. Contests are fucking great. We need it to work. The next thing we have in front of us is the asset pools are all essentially gone. We have tons of great builders and people around us, like opening up the marketplace to include more asset classes of things that we could use or buildings that we can share, provide more utility for people to use Last Slice or the builder. You know, I mean, most of the DAO stuff, like, I just haven't heard of that many things coming out that were like project based in world that had longevity for the growth of Decentraland.
I
So
mean,
if it's
I
got to
like
start there.
there's two
Everything's got to
projects
start
that
there.
we funded. There's two projects from 2021 that are still here that I can go walk in today. I can go walk in world and find it. Like, so I think that the longevity, I think that we have to advocate and push for like exit plans for projects. Like, it's wonderful if somebody comes along with, they want $120,000. Okay, part of your proposal is your exit plan. What happens after your proposal is done? Because right now the exit plan is, I'm gonna just ask for another proposal, you know, and like demanding or like requiring people to leave their grant with a tangible something that the DAO can keep and hold on to. I think that's vital. And I think also having teams, like teams that are pushing these proposals, because we like life is shitty. Life happens, right? Like, people go through stuff and they can't fulfill, like last year, I mean, I had to self-revoke a grant with AJ because life happened and we couldn't fulfill the proposal, and we didn't want to waste the DAO's time and money to like try to like limp us through it when we knew we weren't going to do it. So we revoked, you know, like I'm one of those people. I got a revoked proposal. Now, had we had a bigger team, we maybe wouldn't have had to do that. I think I'm just gonna say there's power in having like a team like Last Slice, where if something happens to Lastrum, there's people there that can like pull the weight. So I think pushing for more like studio style groups coming forward, and then having it requiring a plan to like after, because otherwise what do we do? Just keep paying. I mean, Genesis City is a good example. I love Genesis City, the map project. We've given them over $100,000 to build that, and I don't know that there's like a clear sustainable maintenance plan. So whether it's a maintenance plan or at the end of this project, I'm going to give you my bill and the DAO is now going to take it over. I mean, what about that? Maybe there's a team that takes on these projects then, and they maintain them for things where like also people just they lose interest, and that's okay in life. Like, people move on. Like, if somebody wanted to move on, Polygonal Mind is a great one, right? Like, let us do it. Yeah? Like, don't just leave. Let us like take the reins, because there's so many people that could do these projects. And I think like, I don't know how to build that in, but somehow build it in. So like basically decentralize the people applying for grants. Like put it in the hands of many, not just one or two people.
Maybe, and it's like, I think Cheddar had it right on the head. First of all, like, I think we take away what people can just do for grants. Like, they have certain categories that they can submit to, but the only things that can come up for auction are the things the community or team of foundation said, these are things we actually need done. This is how long you could do it for, and turn it, instead of like, hey, anybody has a great like idea for a minute, be like, these are our needs, these are the community's needs, these are Decentraland's needs, let's fill those needs. And then a grant becomes people who can step forward that you recess or research as a team, which I definitely agree with, and fill those needs. And so instead of it just being spam of everybody and all the cool kids and everybody having ideas, it's like, okay, we need Sin and Baby Doll, insert these things here to keep things vibey. And we're gonna have creator content plans. Or if we need things built, that fix a specific category, those are the grants that can come up and make it about the platform instead of about the people.
Okay, guys, I'm not sure. Let's see. Rustan, you just came up. I know people had their hands up. Rustan, and then Argent, and what is this?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, I love all the great points that everyone's making. Cheddar, Make, Kanessa. Like, Kanessa, I think you just have like the most solid understanding of the DAO, and if I were to nominate someone to be like an important part of decision making, I would certainly nominate you for something like that. And I love Make. I love how you say let's figure out the things that actually work, and like you said, like I'm pretty souped right now seeing how easy it's been to connect to Kim whenever things come up. I'm impressed with the social media tactics that Master Wayne's has been using. It's definitely an improvement over the last couple years.
An improvement from nothing.
Yeah. In regards to grants and stuff, I've always been like not a fan of grants. I've always wished that there was no grant system. I prefer people building out of passion and benefiting financially after the fact, which is what I do. You know, I think it can be done. I don't see why people don't see what I see. But with that said, you know, we have grants, and I think that like, you know, bringing up Sandstorm and Beat Trekkers and, you know, a lot of grants that have passed. I feel like one of the biggest troubles is some people look at grants as a career, as almost like a job, a career kind of thing, where like, how can I pay my bills by using this opportunity? And I'm not crazy about that. Like, I think the financial value of a grant shouldn't be able to pay your mortgage. I think it'd be better if it was less money for the people that really care and want to do it out of passion. Because like anyone who's in it for the money won't want to do it if it's not enough money. You know what I mean? But there's plenty of people that would do it for like less than what we hope for, right? Like I like the idea of revenue for users who are very active and creative and will receive money based on the analytics of their build. And I like the idea of potentially making that amount of money not a significant amount of money so it can't be abused. You know, and I like if the foundation had to spend $200,000 a year on marketing, traditional marketing, which I personally don't believe works as well as everyone thinks it does. I'd rather that $200,000 was spent on creatives, building and creating stuff in Decentraland. What else did I want to say? I wanted to talk about Polygonal Mind and Last Slice. And one of the things that differentiates Last Slice from everybody else is that, you know, we have our little dialogues within the Last Slice Discord, and an idea pops up in our head. And our goals are not like to make money. Our goals are legitimately to try to improve Decentraland, and I think that's been demonstrated very clearly that we're here to build and create and share it. And so what happens is someone creates an idea, and then Last Turn pops in, hey, that might be worth a grant. Do you guys want to do that? Who wants a piece of that? Who wants to participate in this? So it's just a bunch of passionate people, creatives, that are excited about what they're building, and then they sign up for this thing, and then they do this project, and they make a little money here and there. And what's cool about it is there's no responsibility as a business to do that. It's legitimately creatives getting together to solve a problem. The problem with Polygonal Mind was that was a business, and you know, they boomed really fast and had over 100 employees, and now they had a responsibility to keep those employees having a job. And so now they were looking for grants, especially during this bear market, to to pay their workers, any way they could. And I think that's where the biggest problem with the grant system is that like job responsibility or passion, and I'm always going to fight and lean towards passion over job. Like for me, I have my own job. I do my own work on the side. Decentraland is a passion that I really believe in, and I'll do whatever I can, as long as I'm interested in the platform to build and create with the little financial benefits that I make from doing what I love.
But as much as I love you, Rostam, I don't agree with you in that. And you know that I'm, Cabeza Circle, and I have done passion works in Decentraland without receiving anything, which also I support. But if you have a project sometimes, like a person like me, an indie developer, that can create something like a game, art game design, maybe it takes me 6 months in order to achieve that. So, and I do this professionally. This is my job. It's not that I have a secondary job because this is my profession. So, of course, you need to get paid for it. If you don't have if you are not paid in order to make a living from it, it's impossible for a professional game designer to work in any platform, because as much as passionate you can be, life hits you. You need to pay the rent, you need to pay whatever. It's not the same that you have like a hobbyish plan inside any platform, 3D platform or whatever, and you do certain things to just like a secondary thing that helps a little bit to get a little bit income to reinforce your personal life. But this is just secondary thing. If we want real people, I mean real people, sorry, not real people, all of us are real. But what I mean is real professionals to come and invest their time into any platform, any game platform, any social platform, anything. This person has to be a professional and has to do it not only because he's passionate about it, but also it's because it's his job. So it's passionate about it, can do it, and at the same time is rewarded because it's its job, and it can pay the rent at the end of the month and can actually eat and other things and dedicate the 8 hours necessary minimum, because for example I spend like 12 hours per day minimum sometimes for projects if I get to sleep. So we need to also think in that what we want. We want a group of, like you and I that can collaborate in something quick, and like we are passionate about it and we do it just because we do it and that's all. Or because it's a more bigger project and maybe demands more of our time, so it demands also quality on the things that we are doing. So here on my how I see it, we have two different kind of people. We have the different kind of people that is into the community and is super cool doing stuff, but it's not a professional one that dedicates professional in the sense of that it's its job to do that, it's like a kind of hobbish thing. It's cool also to be rewarded, and yes, then I am full percent, 100% with what were saying, Boston. But if we want the other ones, the professional 3D designers, for example, or the professional developers, And professional means someone that has experience, that is dedicating time to this, and it has the proper training for and lives for that. That's another thing. Those are people that we want in order to improve the quality of what we are offering in the Decentraland, how the Decentraland looks, and how the Decentraland performs. It hasn't.
Does anyone know Roblox creators that come in? Do they get paid right off the bat to build their builds in Roblox, or do they just build and then hope for the best?
No, there might be different ways, but I think that just the people that I know who have built there build, and then you get the creator fee by people that come onto your area and pay for the house that they're going to build there, or if you sell different things like different assets in the world. But Argent, are you in Roblox? Do you have
Yeah, in Roblox, because first of all, if you want to create in Roblox, you have to get premium. So you have to pay like $10 or $7, I don't remember, euros each month in order to have your marketplace. Then in Roblox, works like in Second Life. What you sell is what you have in your marketplace. Yes, so it's exactly the same than when you have your marketplace in the Decentraland. We are having different things. Roblox, you shouldn't compare Roblox to the Decentraland for that. You should compare more how it works Epic grants and Epic environment with the Decentraland. Because what we want to achieve in the end is what Epic is doing with the grants and what Epic is doing with all the game system and so on, but in a level that is like more tailored to the Decentraland.
Would like to bring it back to Rustan because I think he had a bigger point. Did you?
A little bit, yeah, because so I definitely tend to be more idealistic, and maybe it's a utopia that can't be reached, but I don't know. I'm hopeful and I believe. But I watch all these kids build for free out of passion, and now some of them are making good amounts of money in Roblox, but giving up 80% of their profits to Roblox. And that's first they started building out of passion on a platform that they liked, but then imagine if these same people came to Decentraland, built out of passion, and now get to keep 95%. It's like taking a risk, a leap of faith, especially for those that care more about money than actually creating stuff. You're not going to build in Decentraland because you don't have the same numbers as Roblox. But what if you did? What if 100 of the best creators did build in Decentraland that actually care and create passion, and at the end of the day, you draw these crowds because of the quality of your builds, and now you get to keep 95%, and Roblox looks like garbage as a result. That's like the ideal world that I live in, but I believe it's possible. And when I speak about professionals to me are just people that make more than 50% of their income, 50-60% of the income on whatever they do. So whether you're a waste management person who makes most of your money from that, you come in and then you enjoy it, like you said, hobbyist, right? But I don't know, I just see the way that the world is headed. I feel like expecting to build in Decentraland and make a living from it now, at least in this moment, is just is not the right mentality.
I think that you're forgetting something. For example, in Roblox and both in Second Life, is that before the kids, there was a team, and still in Roblox and in all these platforms, a team of designers that do actually a lot of the work that is related to that. It's true that they work like an open sandbox that they give permissions to, for example, these kids that now are like professionals and that are out of the that are doing real money. I mean, real money that they can pay whatever they want, etc., etc. And it's true, but because it's exactly the same model that Second Life has, and in Second Life, they any one that has a store and it's a good and maybe effort and blah blah blah, they achieve, to have a good salary from that. So it turns it into a profession, saying that they obtain as you said, money for the living from that profession, you know, or all the money from that profession.
Right, and that's my point. Is they started from the bottom with passion and developed a profession out of it without asking for a grant to begin with.
Oh yeah, that's why, for example, when I came to these NFT metaverses and so on, and I started to see a lot of grant, and I was thinking, ooh, and I did not apply to anyone yet, at least. But I have to say that one of the things that it was shocking for me is this of the grant thing. But I also have to say that, for example, it's not the same to publish and if you have a store, and it's not the same to publish an asset paying $7 per month than 100 each time to you publish. You know, it's not the same neither, because in Roblox, for example, and in Second Life, what you are selling are copies, and in Decentraland, you are selling NFTs, not copies, or not exclusively, like copies. So it's different, because you can really put a very little amount. You can make a piece or whatever, and then put like it's 50 cents, and then maybe that month selling that little thing, you get over $1,000. So it's because you are not selling an NFT. It's because you are selling a copy, and by selling a copy, it means that anyone of that is in the platform can purchase it and have it in their inventory. Of course, there are differences because between an NFTs and this other system, because one is centralized, and two, you have also the thing that those things that you purchase in this metaverse, Roblox, Second Life, you cannot export them to another. You don't have them in your wallet, so you cannot grab those and put them in another world if you want it.
Thank you. Let's see, Make.
Oh, great to see y'all again. Listen, I mean, I think, first of all, I agree with Rustam principally. I think we've even done that together, right? We brought in the beast, we worked our asses off. It's brought utility, it brought people together, it continues to do so, and could we have used money to make the process smoother or nicer or padded our wallets? Sure, but we did something great for the community, in my opinion, that'll live on. I think if we take, again, like Music Fest, the wearable contest, the gaming contest, that's where things come in. That's where prizes come in. That's where we get this engagement of people doing great stuff. And just throwing around money willy-nilly for everybody's great concepts that don't fit the plot, it's got to start plot down. Because then people can thrive in their categories because it's a need. And then there's actually rallying support that bring people together.
Right.
It really has to be a top-down approach instead of a throw your idea at the wall and have a popularity contest. And
Yeah,
it's
but
only breeding right now toxic nature that is losing more people than gaining and draining funds. So where it is right now is broken. But so is a lot of Web3, right? So is, I mean, how many people have promised us with NFT projects that they're going to build the next, spaceship or golf course or insert whatever the promises were. The delivery is so low in Web3 versus success. And it's not just in Decentraland. It is literally, Web3 wide to the point right now, the large, data is by the hour meme coins. And because they don't have to promise everything and they can rug whenever and you're just at a casino. If we want this to survive, we have to come top to bottom. What are the needs? What are the successes? What are ways to get people involved in creating around us and around our goals and around our dreams? Making Music Conference better. Making the Game Expo was great. I mean, how many people brought games in and did some new stuff, and a lot of people came. And maybe last year's music conference wasn't the best example, but all the ones before, I mean, the first one was one of the craziest, things I've ever done in the metaverse. That's why I stayed. Even though I wasn't my main platform for a few years, that changed my whole interpretation of what could happen. So the rallying cry has to be top down. You can reward creators and people building through programs that get established. Or if we say, hey, this is a need. We need this. We need this to work. We need Last Slice to be integrated with the builder. These are the roles that need to be filled. These are the people who are going to be accountable. The only DAOs that are successful right now have a board that are managing them. And the one that I see that is at least visually apparent to me is currently in the 8-point DAO and what they're doing. It has still ruffled a lot of feathers and nobody's like perfect, but there's a plot and a plan to attack the things they want to do. And the projects that are coming out and being funded, such as Laughing at Me, 3Look is a great example, a gift making app that was already in existence, needed money to keep getting funded, but had already onboarded like 30 communities before they even got a penny. And it was a need that the program wanted to explore. It's really important. And I just don't even understand really like the DAO plan at all, because there isn't one. I mean, there are people trying to make this better, and I applaud them. But top to bottom, we could do better if there was a plan. And we can reward people if there's a plan around rewards or big projects like the gaming thing, like music. We need users, we need creators on this platform. And then how do we get there? It can't just be fucking build a bridge and throw a comedy show. Like, that doesn't have longevity. Where we could be in. Yeah. I mean, the last thing I'd say is earning not necessarily mana, but voting rights for doing things could be a great way to start shifting who has all the power. DJ to earn voting rights. I mean, I got $4,000 plus in DJ, and I'm not asking anybody I just love y'all, and I wanted to learn it. But if I had more voting rights, because I'm out there, putting 20 hours a week into getting ready and doing everything I did to help shape this community and bring in new people, I feel like it'd be a great way to say, hey, I'm on this platform for 10, 20 hours a week. I am emotionally invested in it. Allow me to have a voice.
I agree with, even add to that, for example, as I see it, in all the grants should come, the people that apply to the grant, if you want to apply for a grant, a part of demonstrating the curriculum and so on, I'll actually do a little demo of what you're doing. Even when it's just a 10 minutes demo, it's something that is going to put a lot of people that does not, that they are applying, but they don't have the ability to make it in the Decentraland at the end of the day.
Thank you, Argent. Let's see, one exists, and then I think Cheddar and Rustan. Sorry, guys, I know everybody's got their hands up to try to get before the subject moves on. But go ahead, one exists.
I'm usually pretty quick in everything, so I will be again. Not laughing at you, and laughing at kind of some of the ideas, because yes, what you mentioned about having assets in the marketplace, community doesn't want it. I did a poll on it a long time ago, suggesting that very thing. At least at that time, people didn't like the idea. And when you were talking about the apes, I think Aaron Loop will kind of tell you about all the toxicity going on already in there. Also, there is no official successful DAO, as there's still a lot of gray area and a lot of things to explore as far as that goes, which is why one of the things I've suggested is we test some ideas that are coming through. And to go with what you mentioned, Canessa, about exit plans, I did do a poll just now, which mentions having end dates. My example is positions within the DAO. There should be end dates with a review, analysis, and a new open call. But I included your exit plan idea, and I hope it's okay I mentioned that it was your idea, because it is. I feel it is a very good one. And there was one other thing, but I can't remember what it was. So I will go ahead and let Rustan go. Or Cheddar, whoever. Oh, I was going to mention Rustan's. Cheddar talking. She's a listener for me. If not, I was going to mention.
Speaker, but I don't see her talking.
Okay.
So, yeah, Twitter.
I was just going to mention Rustan's proposal will be going to the final phase, so be on the lookout for that, for increasing the size, parcel size to create on.
Go ahead, Cheddar.
Hey guys, on the topic of independent creators versus businesses, teams, big, small budgets, I think we can do both, right? There's a time under heaven for everything. There's time to sing, there's time to dance, there's time to mourn, right? There's time to cry. I think there's a time and a place for what Rustan is talking about. I wholeheartedly agree that it creates longevity, that it creates passion for a project, and that it is the foundation of everything that we should be doing. I also think that the fundamental question for me is, how can we make the best use, the most efficient use of the resources that we have, right? The capital, the monetary capital, the human capital that we have. And I think that we can decide, right? This goes back to us creating a structure and deciding within ourselves what our mission and vision is and how exactly are we going to get there, so that we can allocate funds towards either companies or creators or projects based on our individual goals, whatever those may be at the time. Foundation has a budget, and this goes back to us working in synergy and collaboration with the folks that hold the keys to our marketing and our platform, right? Despite the differences, they have a budget where they have the power and the expertise to be able to hire big companies, big teams, big things that can do big things for us, right? Like what they did with the Game Expo, all of those designs and all of those things. And the DAO can place a focus on smaller budgets, right? Smaller teams, independent creators, contests, hackathons, and things that foster a more community-built type of platform. I think that we do have a lot of independent creators that we've lost. People like Miguel, right? People that did incredible, amazing things in Decentraland that are still there, that could still be used. And these creators are still there. We could reach out to them with just a DM. We wouldn't have to pay them anything, right? They build out of the goodness of their heart, and they've done amazing things that have more longevity than the big teams, right? But I think that we're just not allocating correctly. And I think that we can do both. We just happen to be incentivizing the wrong thing, right? We're incentivizing for people to come in here and grab money and then be able to be gone. And there's no recourse for that, while we have like independent creators that are barely scraping by, you know, that we don't create avenues for them to be able to also have a hand. As far as voting rights, I think that voting rights should stay tied to assets that you hold in Decentraland, right? Like if you participate in a contest or if you do something, right, then instead of getting voting rights, you should get mana. When you get mana, you also get voting rights. It doesn't fit in my head why people just want voting power when mana comes with voting power, right? So when you do things, when you participate, when you work, when you get a grant, when you do whatever, you get mana. Not only do you get voting power with that mana, but you also get a financial stake and ownership within Decentraland. Web3, the whole slogan of Decentraland is that we are a decentralized platform that is built and owned by its users. And I don't believe that to be true. We are not living by the true nature of what the slogan is. There's like a handful of people that own Decentraland, and really in one day, if they wanted to, they could just come in and vote for whatever the hell they want, empty the DAO and peace the hell out, right? Like, and we'd all be left in the dust because we don't really own anything around here. So I think that we're incentivizing, again, the wrong thing. What we should be incentivizing is for people to hold and use their mana not only as a mechanism for voting power, but also as a mechanism for us to rise to be the true owners of this platform and to be the true stakeholders of what we work so hard to build. We spend hours. Canessa, how many hours do you spend? 5, 10 hours just in 1 week, right? Working on this platform. I think that the money and the time investment that we put in should be rewarded with a true stake, a financial stake, so that we can really put our money where our mouth is. A lot of the problem with VP and voting power and delegation is that we're voting with somebody else's money. We're saying yes to projects with somebody else's pocket. But if you were to take money out of your own pocket to fund this project, you would be a lot pickier and you would ask a lot more questions about how this project is going to be integrated into the future of your platform. So I think it's important that we incentivize people putting their money where their mouth is. And if If you want voting power, then what you want is mana. What you want is land. What you want is to have a true ownership of the platform. I think that Arbitrum DAO does an excellent job at providing tokens for their community, for doing things that flourish the ecosystem and that cannot be botted. Things like participation, things like what we're doing here right now. What we all know who we are and what we do and what we've done and how we contribute. And I don't think that voting power is enough. It doesn't matter how much, like, what are you gonna do if you don't have a true ownership and stake in what it is that you're building? I think that we're incentivizing the wrong thing, and I think that, to summarize, we can do both. We can put the power of the funding that the foundation has to hire big companies when it's needed, when it's necessary based on our goals, and we can also create avenues for the independent creators like Rustan, like Miguel, like these folks that have done so many great things, like Mary, and like Canessa, and all these independent builds like Sinful, right, who spends countless of hours broadcasting and hosting these community sessions and putting endless hours of their time. These should be the real owners of the mana. These should be the real owners of the land. These should be the real owners of Decentraland. And I think we can do that.
Cheddar, I agree. And I think that we also do ourselves a disservice by calling ourselves the community, because we are an echo chamber in here. We're the people that are going to parties. We're going to, we're voting. We're active. But when you look at what VP has passed a proposal, it's just not all of us in this room. There are people that do not come to parties, that do not come to these spaces, that don't that have a lot of the power. Those are the people who are passing these proposals. They're seldom in this room, and so they don't necessarily share the same. When we say community, the community needs to decide on this. Sadly, the people with the VP aren't showing up in the community. They're not even logging in. I am going to ask our founders next week, why would you make a world that you don't want to be a part of? What's your favorite party? What's your favorite game? It's okay to be a builder and not log in, but I think that we could sit here and tear ourselves apart trying to fix all this, when really it doesn't matter, because the people with the biggest VP, they're not even playing this game. They're not even logging in. They're not coming to CBD spaces. They're not going to ABC Decentraland. So we are going to wear our gears out before we ever even, get to play. And then they're just going to be suck it, losers, and, vote any proposal through that they want. So
Yep, and that's the difference that what Rustan was talking about, the difference between doing something for passion and doing something for money.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that as an early person in the space, I'm lucky to have the VP, the land that I've got. But the early investors, they've got a lot of power, and there's a lot of wallets that don't even vote. And if they came and did vote, I'm not sure that they would vote in alignment with what we want. We've seen that with different proposals, in the last year. People will vote with however in their best interest. They will vote to keep power, to glean that power, to give power to their friends. So in my mind, the way that we combat that is, reward people that are active, reward action, reward dedication. And it doesn't have to be a lot, but I think we should explore the conversation around that, so that people who are in world, so that there's incentive to be in world. And I hate the idea of monetizing that too, but
Well, and this goes back to what Rustan was talking about. We're incentivizing the wrong thing. When people view the DAO and the income and the incentives that because there are some people that are getting incentives, but they get these incentives and they look at this as a paycheck for them to be able to pay their bills or sustain their business. And what we need to, and we've been incentivizing that. We've been saying, hey, we're going to pay your salary, right? And that's fine. What we need to incentivize is for people to reinvest what it is that the incentive that they get for that incentive to stay within our ecosystem and within our economy. If you make a shit ton of money, like $100,000, right? We give those incentives out in mana, right? And we incentivize people to hold that mana and to increase their ownership stake within the community. If we had been doing that over the last 2 years, think of all the people like Polyong and Mary and On the Rise, right? And Vida TV and Decentraland Brazil, right? Think of all the people that are in this room right now. Toxic Waifu, right? Dr. Drip. Why aren't these people holding massive amounts of mana? I know that they have to pay bills, right? And I know that the work that they do, a lot of it goes to paying bills, but we have to incentivize that incentive that they make to be made in mana and to be held within the ecosystem so that they can gain not just voting power, but a true stake within the platform so that we can be the owners.
I'm gonna defend Mary Shark real quick and say that she doesn't hold mana because it all goes into wearables.
Yes. And that's gotta stop, you know, like we have to stop wasting because we're burning our voting power, right? We're like, oh, we want voting power, but you're spending your voting power. You have voting power.
But we're talking about like maybe like what at most like 5,000 voting power when 5,000 voting power really doesn't.
But collectively,
the overall
collectively it does, and we can then delegate that voting power.
It hasn't. Like, look at the Mary Shark proposal. There was like how many yes votes, and no whale came through. And
look, I'm not saying it's going to happen quickly or overnight, but over the last 2 years, right? I think that if we had incentivized that from the beginning, we could have amassed an ownership stake that would eventually be able to compete, right? And then we could make decisions for ourselves. And then if the whales don't fucking like it, then they can just fucking sell their shit and leave. It's our platform. We built it. We own it.
In a way, I agree, but in another way, like it'd have to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of mana to overtake anything. But I'm gonna pass it over to Vanessa. I think I spoke over you a little bit ago.
I know Mariana's come up to speak. I know everybody's got their hands up, but I also know Mariana is on the road, so I just don't want to not have a chance for her to speak. Mariana, how are you on time?
Hey, I mean, I have an hour and a half to my flight, but I don't want to talk too loud either. No, I kind of agree with a lot of what Cheddar said. I'm like on my laptop, I don't remember what Cheddar emphasized. I mean, I was going to talk about the budget, but that's kind of boring. I mean, Cheddar kind of spoke about a lot of it, and there's a lot of ideas that I need to just like draft up in paper or like explain, but I feel like Cheddar did speak about a lot of it. But I think, sorry for what she said in the beginning, like maybe even like synchronizing budgets. Well, first of all, we need to create a budget for the DAO. We don't even have a budget. So like, Nick also mentioned like, the top down approach. We need to figure out what the kind of products we want to see, review what kind of products and grants we've done before.
Mariana, we lost you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if we stopped talking, but I would say, Mariana, you said finance is boring, and it's like, that's why we have to talk about it. Like, please, keep talking.
When did I lose you guys? I may have clicked the mic button on accident or something. Yeah, I know. There's a lot that can be spoken about it. I don't have one big answer. Like there's just there's so much components of it, and I feel like a lot of community members have already started to rise those points, like Cheddar and May. I mean, I kind of like the idea that Cheddar was talking about with like mana staking, and there's something that Polygon is going to be doing soon, because they haven't announced it yet, but I know they're doing something in Polygon where they're essentially you could get incentives for the products, the grants that you vote for, But essentially, yeah, I mean, I think we do have to put our money where our mouth is. And honestly, even like a lot of these grants, I've seen a few proposals come through where like the idea of receiving grants in mana instead of DAI. And I mean, the main cost benefit to that is just the swap fees when you do get the DAI, you know. So it would save, the treasury some money on swap fees. So just trying to calculate what that, exposure is, like you need to budget how much swap fees can we afford every year, because like they add up when we go to die. So I do believe like a portion of a grant you should, I mean, yeah, people have bills to pay, but like I do believe you should hold some mana as well. But yeah, that's a whole other discussion of mana staking, I guess, too. Yeah, I just have so many thoughts about the aspects of the budget. Like, I don't even know where to get started with it. Yeah, I don't know where I don't even know where to start. I'm like, Vanessa, on my flight, I have 7 hours till I get to Lisbon, and I'm like, on my laptop, just like writing everything down that I can think of. So, yeah, I don't know where to start. If anyone has any questions, I mean, I was just going to start from like a financial reporting side, right? And then figuring out like a staking mechanism, reward mechanism, FP&A or financial planning and budgeting mechanism. Yeah, we just need to understand where our outflows are going, how we could efficiently outflow the mana, how we could, analyze what our inflows is based on what each grant we like. I think maybe I mentioned it in the past, but essentially, it was Gino on another space. Gino made the topic of if a grant is successful or whatever project, mana and there'll be mana that flows in through the marketplace, whether it's successful wearables through game sales or whatever. Like, we want to make sure we have those kind of projects that create some sort of benefit, right? Then I can also go down the rabbit hole of maybe implementing a Polygon. So Polygon has like a really cool new grants program, if you will. I forgot what it's called. But they have something called consumer versus platform grants or something like that. So like maybe we can like explore different kinds of grants where maybe we do go to. I think actually that was a grant proposal before, like where we explore like a consumer grant, which would just require like the traditional VP, and then maybe like a non-VP grant that would require some sort of further analysis. I don't know. Yeah, so I feel like there's like a lot of ideas that could happen, and we just have to kind of explore and run like parallel pilot programs with our current system and figure out what works best. Sorry, I'm gonna stop rambling. I feel like there's a lot of things I could talk about.
I bet you have so much
but yeah,
in your head, Mariana.
Yep.
Okay, if you could break it down to like one interesting finding that you want to talk about next week, like what is your like must-have convo?
Yeah, just creating a 2025. What do we need the DAO to focus on versus what the foundation needs to focus on, and figure out who's spending what there and what we should budget for here. Like, should we budget for, okay, we're gonna get these random ideas through the DAO. Okay, let's have those random ideas come up with whatever X million mana. Or here's the ideas that we really do need. We need them to be bids or something. So just truly creating like a budget and what we kind of expect based on what we expect the client should be. Yeah, so budgeting and like a strategy. We need strategy for the DAO at this point. Yeah.
One thing I've mentioned is, sorry, somebody speaking, sorry.
Go for it.
One thing I have mentioned, because I think it kind of goes along with that, is, as I said, there's no official DAO that is successful. There are those that are doing fairly well, and as Meg said, yes, as far as I know, they have board members. I've had people contact me on the back end that says that's not decentralized, but I think it all depends on how you set it up. And I think it's a very good idea. We need people in specific skill sets. But, and shoot, what was I going to say? I went oh my
Yeah,
god.
and currently some DAOs are also getting audited. Like our Arbitrum, they actually hired a outside source. It was either Arbitrum or MakerDAO. They hired an external team in Web3 to like go through their grants and like understand the efficiency of those. And then there's even like some where they're like, hey, like one of those DAOs actually ended up like asking for money back from a whatever, some of the projects. Some of them actually adhered and gave the money back. Some of them, of course, ran away with it. But yeah, some DAOs are looking to get their money back.
I mean, I think. No, go ahead, Nate. One exists.
Oh, I was going to say, I put another poll in about DAO land usage with two options. The Sandstorm idea, which it's also looking for other ideas that could go along with that. And then a second one as to grantees or community renting them. Should it get a yes majority? The two ideas would be separated into separate polls or separate proposals. But just throwing that out there. And I still can't remember. There's something else I want to say, but I can't think of it again right now. Go ahead.
Can I jump in? Oh.
Yeah, go for it, Nate. Because I know I'm just gonna rant about the money.
Yeah, no. Look, I think Decentraland's been built, with gum and sticks and a whole lot of passion. And the ideals of where it started and where we are have changed Web3 So it's gonna take some shaping now. It's gonna take leaders and followers to go do. I agree with the play to earn model, by the way, and not just BP, but my point to it was we need to re-energize and incentivize the people around us who are out there, just like Vanessa said, the people who are literally spending their blood, sweat, and tears to have a strong voice. And so that, however that is earned, it should. If we go top down that says, hey, we need to fill these roles, here are the grants that are possible, how do you fit into them, or how do you fit into this event, we are still opening the door to many people. On top of that, I had a good point, damn it. No, I mean, at the end of the day, this is my point, sorry. If we go top down like that, okay? Events for the year. First of all, budget, no question. Total allocation of money for the year in categories is a fucking must. Like, you're not gonna say yes to $100,000 if you only have for the year $100,000. But if you roadmap a budget for what needs to happen and then the roles or the grants that could be possibly filled, then we stop with this, hey, I got this great idea for 10 minutes and this is going to change the world. But how do we keep the innovation going with these people who come in with their hearts and their great ideas? We make a Shark Tank with the same committees and we leave a category up for innovation. At the end of the day, as crazy as I see, I've managed $250,000 for 3-day photo shoots, and they went very successfully, and they stayed on budget and on task. Why? Because we made a budget first, and then we executed on those budgets with different people's roles until you got all the way done to the printing press and sent to the magazine. It's like we could still leave space for innovation, growth, and creators if there was a plan. So, how many categories? We have client or whatever, world, in-world, things that are needed, creators, and innovation, and a budget around it. And then people to, without question, you need people at filling roles who need to be paid also. And we need to start structuring that and work again, top down with a plan, like Mariana said. Earning on platform should be a no brainer in some capacity. Everybody who's successful, at the end of the day, yes, people love Nifty Island right now, but you can't tell me they're not trying to achieve goals to earn. I mean, it's pretty simple. And there are a lot of ways to do this, but it's got to start. We got to stop just throwing shit at from anybody who comes and have them say, these are the roles to fill. That is so much easier. And we will find the people who fit because they fit for the family. I like you guys. By the way, shout out Pinch down there. That's my juice friend who comes and hangs out with me and splashes juice, and he's been wonderful. And now he's hanging out with us. See, we're cause and effect, family.
Rustan and then Argent, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Cheddar Queso and Sinful. Like you hit the nail on the head, I think, with what you said about Mana. I actually kind of forgot about Mana being VP, but also just like Sinful said, it is it's not a solid amount. And if I had held all the mana that I've earned, I'd have a nice little chunk for sure. But then I wouldn't also have been able to create a lot of the stuff that I create because a lot of it gets reinvested in other things. But I think it's like right on. It's like totally right on. So I don't know, I don't know the best way to go to help get people who are very active. I know that the DAO, sometimes I get frustrated with the DAO with some of the people in there that are not active at all, and they try to tell me how to use Decentraland, and I often joke, like, don't talk to me unless you've done at least half of what I've done in Decentraland, but with that said, like, for the last 3 years, One Exist brought this up, my call for more storage on a parcel. It's something that I've been asking for the last 2 to 3 years. But I never wanted to do the proposal. I was always asking other people to set up the proposal. Hit a road bump a month ago with Lastrom and the IWB, and I said, "Fuck it, I'll just do the proposal." So I just did the proposal, got that passed. Then you have to do the draft, got that passed. Now it's in the third stage, and I can honestly say that it's annoying. It's annoying to go through this process. Like, I want to get this passed, but now this third stage requires 6 million VP to pass. And I haven't set up the third stage yet because I'm trying to wrap my head around how I'm going to get 6 million VP to pass this. And so I know, like, the last two, the proposal and the draft, I announced it in these CBD spaces, and I know that, like, there's several names here that I know didn't vote on those proposals. And it's like, we are, obviously, the people on this call are very, very, very active members in the community. And it's like, need your votes, guys, especially for the 6 million VP part. So hopefully when that comes live, I can get some help there for the community. But yeah, I myself, I only have 10,000 VP. I think that's absurd considering everything I've done in Decentraland. It's insane. And I don't know how that can be improved easily. And one thing I wanted to add too, regarding the ability to earn, and to me, YouTube is a perfect example of how this can go, right? And in my own stats, if I could collect ad revenue, which I don't because I have adult content, I estimate I get like $1 per 1,000 views, something like that. Some people do better if you play the game smarter, play your cards wisely. You could do better than that. But that's basically all that I could earn if I could collect ad revenue, which is not a lot. But that goes into what I'm saying about passion. Like, I've been doing YouTube for 13 years now, and it all started for no desire for money. It was just a place that I could post my artwork. And that's kind of how I feel about Decentraland. And so I personally see, like, if there was like some sort of explore to earn, play to earn, whatever Decentraland earning mechanism, that it shouldn't be a lot of money. like just like YouTube, is not a lot of money.
So I wanted to kind of touch on, or kind of make a comment on your draft proposal, or the file size increase. I just want to say I am slightly annoyed that, like, we've been talking about synergy between DAO and Foundation, and here's the perfect example of the not synergy that we have. I go in, I tag Yamel and I say, hey, I would like some Foundation input. Is this possible? Are there any hurdles that we would have to like overcome to make this possible? And it's been 12 days that since that
Totally.
comment has been put,
Totally.
and he has not,
I would love to hear that too,
and he
because
has not
I
answered.
personally believe that if this did pass with 6 million votes, there's also always the chance that the foundations be like, oh, this can't be done. So I just did all that for nothing, and we didn't even get a heads up, like Sinful asked, all this effort, and I asked, I believe I asked Jamel in person at GDC about storage space, and I've asked other foundation people throughout the years, and their answer was always, well, just make a proposal. So I'm doing that, and so now we'll see what happens.
I think that's the disconnect. Is they're telling us that we're decentralized, that it's user owned and operated, so we have the power to put this in, and then we do it, and then it's like, oh well, that's just a canny request. So there's a lot of like wasted steps and like go arounds that I think people can hide in those. They can hide in the red tape around this stuff and be like, well, we didn't do it because we didn't know. And I think that's where, again, we're like asking Foundation to like give us transparency, give us this and that, and then yeah, I mean, that's why those 2-month AMAs are like vital, I guess. I don't know, did you ask the question at that, Rustan, or probably like wasn't on the timeline?
Ask what question?
Just about storage. I mean, I like the AMAs because you can just put them right there on the spot. And
that's what I said. I said the storage sucks, like compared to Sandbox, especially. The size of a parcel. I told them I wanted the parcels to go bigger, and that's not included in this proposal. This one is specifically just for storage size. Changing the actual dimensions of parcel is a whole different ballgame. But yeah, like ultimately the answer was like, yeah, just make a proposal. And I know the foundation doesn't want to be heavily invested in the decisions that the community makes, but it would be helpful if I knew what I was getting myself into with this half-hearted effort to get this to pass, because like I want to spend my energy on other things, not like trying to get DAO proposals to pass. And this was the first one that I did of this nature. And I sat down and started doing it. I was like, God damn it, I got to do 3 of these things? And the last one is 6 million VP? All right, Jesus, that's not fun.
You got my vote. I'll go in and vote. Send it to me, Rustan. I have land and I will vote.
I wonder if there's going to be VP delegation coming anytime soon, because it would definitely be better to wait for that. But from what I understand, from what I read, even if this fails now, anybody can run it again without doing the first 2 steps.
I have a feeling that the VP, I mean, we'll talk about it, even if I'm the only one talking about it. Like, I mean, the entire restructuring of like the VP thresholds was only done after many people in the community were issued a 500,000 VP. So now that is retracted, like it has to be discussed, it has to be done again, or even like a sliding scale where if some whale puts in 6 million or 8 million VP into the ecosystem, thresholds are automatically like adjusted to compensate, because otherwise, like, I mean, like we'll just have to keep doing this back and forth every time the founder decides to delegate VP. We'll have to change the threshold. So the thresholds will have to be, I mean, we'll talk about it this next week.
Yeah.
They know, I mean, they understand, like there was talk about it at at the Argentina summit, like slight talk about it. I know I'm confident that they have a plan. I'm curious to see how we fit into it. Like
Maybe maybe I should wait for the third stage until after the summit to see what you find out. Do you remember what the threshold was before? Was it 1 million, 2 million?
No, I don't. But I know. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know. It would be conjecture.
I don't see how I'll be able to hit 6 million without delegation in effect, but I'm willing to try it.
Well, I mean,
or just Esteban coming through and being like, "Okay, Rustan, I see your proposal."
Yeah, but I don't think he would vote yes on such a major part of a decentralized thing.
I think whatever is talked about and discussed at the DAO Regenesis, everything is going to come back and be again put into more proposals that will have to get passed in order to enact them. So let's see. Let me think about that. So, oh my gosh. So if anything is going to change, we got to make a proposal and then vote on it and get that to change before we can make the change. So everything is totally fine.
I was even thinking of using my MetaTracker coin thing to see if I could start up the weird grant thing that they do to get their votes too, but I don't even know if they're active anymore.
I think I have a few NFTs from there you could have.
You can go force DG's hand. That's always nice in a pinch.
You could just vote yes, Make.
I'm voting yes. Like, my ship has already sailed. I'm trying to put stuff on my land. I need more space. I'm in. I'm voting.
I'm definitely gonna look into that. If I look into that, I'll message you. Anyone who has, I even like, what are they? I forgot what they're called. The MetaTracker NFTs, but I'll let you know if.
Where's the throw up emote?
So,
in
fairness, I am here. I'm here because of MetaTrackers, ultimately, and Bio and One Existence. The people around that project, and I wish the DJs were still here. I mean, there's a ton of shit that did not need to be there, including hundreds of thousands of dollars of money. But it did bring in some passionate people. Like, that's how I know you too. Like,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
There is always cause and effect.
There was definitely misspending here and there. I mean, Sandstorm was a great idea. Obviously, everybody at that time was like testing, thinking, coming up with cool ways to attract creativity and more users and stuff. But what I noticed with Sandstorm was like Virtual took home the prize like 3 or 4 or 5 times maybe. The most advanced Blender artist kept winning, and I think the prize was like kind of absurd. I can't remember if it was $300 or like $1,000 each time, something like that. But you know, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a prize pool of like 20 people trying out. You know.
I feel like they could have stretched that out a lot better.
Definitely. Meanwhile, I make $1 for 1,000 views on YouTube. I could if I had ad revenue.
I see a new hand, a knower. Welcome. Let's see. I see Cheddar and Argent also. Cheddar, Argent, do you have something kind of related to this? And then we'll probably morph onto knowers.
I do. Otherwise.
Oh, okay. I did not see your hand up. Ozzy.
Right, because actually it was related to this. I read.
Mine's also related. I've had my hand up.
Go ahead.
We could kind of. But
yeah, no, go ahead.
I just don't want us to like get too far away from
absolutely
the conversation, because I've been kind of trying to respond to what Cheddar Queso said, just because I agree in theory and like in principle that we should all, like, voting power should be tied to assets that we own in Decentraland, but then immediately, like, me realizing that that's how it should be made me feel pretty defeated, because I realized that in order for me to have, and I make like I'm a software developer. I feel like I'm, living in poverty. I make a decent income, but in order for me to have even the amount of voting power that some of the people here in the room have, I would have to cash out my entire 401k and basically like throw my retirement to the wind in hopes that this platform takes off. Put all my eggs in one basket, and that would just be to get to where some of you guys are at. And I feel like it wouldn't really benefit the community for us to all just be like sitting on a whole bunch of mana. Like the mana kind of has to move around for us to have a thriving economy. But I don't know, I'm just feeling a little defeated because I'm like, maybe I don't really care that much. If I'm not willing to throw all of my savings and risk my entire future for this platform, maybe I don't care as much as other people, So I guess it's just maybe some perspective for some people. Like, it's great to talk about, following your passion and not following money, but like, passion doesn't pay the bills, and like a lot of people out there are living paycheck to paycheck, and we still want to contribute to this platform in some way. And it's just like, it really sucks to think that I'm probably never gonna be able, like, it's just not financially feasible for me to ever get to the point where some of you guys are at, and you still don't feel like you have any say with like 100,000 VP or 50,000 or 40,000 VP. Like, I just don't ever see me getting to that point. And even with some sort of incentive to work towards, like, everybody's kind of agrees that like 100,000 to give someone a grant is like a lot of money, even if they're spending that on like infrastructure costs or something. So we have this weird paradox where like we're expecting people to get grants and then just like hoard that for voting power, when, like, I don't know, if people have the kind of disposable income to just be able to like get $100,000 and sit on it, or get any amount of money and just sit on it so that they have voting power in this platform. Like, if I had that kind of disposable income, I probably wouldn't be as incentivized to be working towards something that could grow and make me successful one day. So I don't know, that's my thoughts on this. I just it is kind of a humbling realization to be like, maybe I'm just never going to be able to get to the point where I have any say in this other than just speaking my mind and hoping that people listen.
I think you're on the right track with taking care of, like, you got to take care of yourself first, and that's all of us. Like, our lives outside of Decentraland has to matter more than being in here. So I do agree. I think everybody has to make their own decisions. Not financial advice. Like, yeah, this is a scary place. Easy to lose money as well. I think Cheddar, you were next, and then Argent.
I just have a quick
I
comment.
know Ozzy. But I think Cheddar was up.
Is it if it's about the same topic, that's fine. But I mean, it was something I wanted to say, like, as it was spoken, but I didn't have.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what everybody that puts their hand up probably has something to say as it's spoken. So go ahead, Cheddar.
Yeah, we're talking about the same thing, about putting mana in people's hands. I gotta agree with Unknower. I don't own not even one single parcel of land. I've been in Decentraland since January of 2022, super active. Everybody knows my name. I don't own any land. I have like 200 mana or like 500, something like that. It's pathetic, right? I also feel like I'll never get up to the level of some of these other people and landowners. And I think that's even more of a reason for us to start incentivizing that now, because if we don't start doing that now, we will never get to the point where we live up to this slogan. Decentraland is a decentralized virtual world built and owned by its users. That is what we claim we are, but we are not that. So how are we going to put ourselves on a path to being what we say we are? And maybe we won't get there individually, and we definitely ain't going to get there no time soon, but maybe we can get there collectively, right? And I would just like for everybody to just like close your eyes, right? right? And journey with me on a dream, right? Where we could possibly do both, right? Why can't we do both? Why can't Decentraland be a tool and a place where we can put our resources towards fostering an environment where we can give creators a platform and a means to make money independently while also paying them and incentivizing them in mana to become owners of this platform and this means that they use as an independent way of making money for themselves, right? We've seen it. We've seen how creators are able to use Decentraland as a tool to showcase what it is that they can do with the support of the DAO, with the support of programs, with the support of these incentives, right? They're able to create things, and then we can facilitate connecting them with all of the freaking resources that we have. We go to conferences, we connect with other Web3 companies, we have partnerships, we have a marketing team, right? We can work together to do both and foster an environment where these people like Rustan and Nikki and Jim and the DJs and Dr. Drip and all these folks in here, right? And Argent and Unknower as a developer, right? Where we can provide a means for them to both make money and be incentivized to hold their stake within Decentraland, because this has now become a tool and a means, an avenue for them to be able to make money, like TikTok became an avenue for so many people to make money, or like YouTube became an avenue for so many people to make money, or like Instagram became an avenue for businesses to be able to advertise themselves in new ways, bypassing traditional centralized structures and taking ownership of their creators, the things that they create, you know, and using those as tools to be able to take that directly to the consumer. I think that we are limiting ourselves as to the power of what this platform can do, and I think that we can do both. And as far as the synergy with the foundation, I think it's absolutely true. I think synergy goes both ways. I think it's pathetic, sinful that you have to wait any kind amount of time to I think that it's ridiculous that the same thing that Kanessa asked earlier, how can you build something that you don't even participate in, right? Like, we have to beg for somebody to give us guidance on something that you built and that you're largely still in charge of the direction of. And I think that's a problem. And I think that that's also a problem with the VP delegation, right? You delegate all of this VP, you have a financial stake, you're going to make out real good if this does well. You're going to delegate that VP to people that don't have any ownership, don't have any financial stake, put in endless hours, take in all the vitriol, all the harassment, all of the bullshit that comes with it, and you don't even participate. And I think that if we don't, I don't know, either we're going to be the owners and we're going to do the work, or we're not going to do the work and not, like, right? Like, you can't do both, right? Like, either we're going to do the work and be the owners, or if we're not going to be the owners, then what the fuck are we doing here? Sorry.
Go ahead, Ganessa. I think maybe you have a better outline to what the order is. I think it was Argent next.
I was gonna go to Argent.
There's so many hands.
Yeah, I think Argent and then One Exist, I believe. And thank you everybody for being here and being passionate about this. I know it's the last space before the summit, so thank you, and we'll try to give everybody the space. Argent.
A lot of the things just say it. I also think it's a pity that, for example, there's no a robust or more robust way to approach, for example, what Sinful was exposing is super important. I agree a lot with Unknower. In fact, it's what I was trying to explain on my limited way or whatever, but it's important also to have that in mind. And I also believe that one of the problems, I also believe that we need to own, especially if you create things in the Decentraland, if you not only create, but also, for example, do like a lot of work that sometimes is not recognized, like the work that Sinful and Canessa is doing with this space, that is about social interactions and marketing at the same time, and a lot of things. And I wanted to add something that just forgot and skipped my mind. Too long conversation, but I would yes, this. The main issue that I see with that the slogan is, of the Decentraland, it lies to us from the very early beginning because all the NFT world is lying us from the very beginning thing, because we mint only the data of what we are minting. So what we are getting is only like the proof that you're the owner of that thing, but not actually the thing. So um, starting with the servers are centralized because you need to, especially in game design, you need to check the quality in order to, at the quality and performance before running the game platform. So how we can do that on a way that is is technically what we have, but that we are earning that voice that we need. That, for example, as Cheddar was saying, I have the same issue. I'm poor as fuck. So, of course, I have like very, very little voting power. I always say to, I say to a lot of you each time that I vote for something, I only have one vote, or I don't know if it's 100 power, very basics, very, very, very few. And but I go and try to vote when I know that there's something around that I really like, and or something that I don't like, in that I would not wanted to proceed. But of course, I'm very limited. I wish, for the time that I have invested in the community, not only on the building thing, because that maybe is less than anything, but just being available in the community, just joining all of us. We can have this kind of, mm, let's call, we are here the passionate ones, right? So I wish with this passion we could transform this into other ways to earn voting power, or what Canessa was saying, and other people like Rustan also was saying at a point, like being in the platform is a way, and if you socialize in the platform, you use the platform as it should be, and all these things you could earn, you know, and voting and money, the same things, the two things in order to make a living, and at the same time devote time and passion, and don't be frustrated with the system, like for example happened with Sinful, or happened to Rostan when they were trying to pass this, like proposals that are really interesting, really good, really necessary. Because for example, I also think the regular parcel in the Decentraland is really, really small. It's just claustrophobic parcel. You cannot do in, I'm talking from a designer point of view here, because the only thing that you can do is the small things. Not, I'm not talking now on requirements and so, But I'm trying that if you want to try to build something that is a bigger structure, like I like to do, the main issue is that it's not going to be the same impact on a person that can walk over, explore, etc., etc., than if I do it in a more reduced parcel, because in that parcel will be just like a statue. You could do very little with that. But the same thing in a bigger environment, you could transform it into something bigger, something more playful, more discovery, and without, or more or less, because bigger structures increment a little bit the render cost of the platform, but it would be the same. I mean, this is just silly to, in my opinion, to limit the parcel only to 16 meters, like the basic one, you know. Unless you want to make, you want to spend a lot of us purchasing a lot of parcels together in order to make something bigger, which I don't think is the model that we should put, But that's my opinion. And with this, I have spoken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argent. One exists.
Okay, I made notes real quick, so I will try to go through them quickly here. So one thing I keep hearing, and I think we agreed upon during Nowhere Space, was that one of the biggest and most important thing is a mission, vision, and roadmap needs created. From there, we can do a lot, a lot more, I think. That's my opinion, but it was agreed upon that that is definitely something we need. Make said the word Shark Tank. That's exactly what they did in Somnium Space at one time, is they did a Shark Tank. I think only one project got passed, which did a few things, didn't really live up to their potential either, but it was something that has been tried. Wilson could give more information on how that went and how it was ran if it's something any were curious about. And as far as the mission roadmap, because of the separation of Foundation and DAO, something I've mentioned is maybe we need to decide on scaling back on some of the categories that we're doing for now, and as time moves on, we add some back in. But again, DAO is a unknown. And another thing I keep saying is, if what's not working now, then let's test ideas. And this goes back to the poll I put in, expiration date. So let's try this. And at this point in time, we'll reevaluate. Did it work? Did it help? Because that's exactly, again, it's a test. We are testing. We want to try to perfect as much as we can, of course, but some of it may be up to later generations, and hopefully they learn from the mistakes that we do make. I'm glad Aaron's up here. I'm hoping you're going to talk about your wearable submission VP thing that you evidently had put some thought into, and then I have two other things I want to shout out. I'm going to shout out Super Nina while she's here in case she leaves later. If you're coming to California, we have a Discord channel for people to meet up. And I will tell you, Kim Courier even said, if it works, she might come down and we'll have a meetup if you want to do that, Super Nina. All right.
Thank you, thank you. And I know you asked Aaron a question, but I'm just going to try to keep the room rotating in just chronological order. So Ozzy, why don't we go to you, and then after Ozzy, Aaron.
I probably have a similar topic to Aaron. I have a lot of things I want to say. What I wanted to say earlier, real quick, was a response to the file storage thing. So I'll start with that. H. Pravicos wrote in another thread that. H. Pravicos wrote in another thread that what's the issue is not so much the storage cost for those catalysts that are stored on cloud servers. It's not the storage cost, but the transfer cost of files from the server to whatever user needs a file. So it's really ultimately, I guess, a question that hasn't really been considered in these file storage increase proposals. This is how much it's actually going to impact the community members that are maintaining the Catalyst servers. Right now, the biggest Catalyst server maintenance is done by the foundation itself, but it's still supposed to be community maintained, and so it's in that respect, I feel there hasn't been enough discussion happening. So just wanted to put that out there. What else? Yeah, taking notes is a very good idea. I feel there's the slogan on the front page. It's what is, how does it go exactly? Community owned by its
user owned and operated. Is it user owned and operated?
User owned and operated. So user operated, sure. User owned, though, that's really, yeah, indeed. Like, I feel this slogan was written by a marketing team member that thought it sounded nice, and no one really took the time to actually verify it was really what's going on. Because no, it's like it's landowner owned, really, and a name owned, and yeah, mine owned. So it's really not user owned. Like, the majority of the users are not going to have mana, are not going to have land. They're just going in to participate in live events or play the games and this and that. So it's really not the case that it's user owned. It's community owned. It's community owned. There's a community. I mean, it's meant to be owned by a community, and really nothing more. So there's been some favoritism going on here and there, and then that's going to happen, and it's kind of it's life. But ultimately, yeah, it's not user owned. And I think that's part of the problem. Like people now think that we want to get voting incentivized by the users and all that, even though it's really not user owned. Like the users and the voters are really two separate classes of citizens, in a sense that have to be incentivized in totally different ways. So this vote to earn idea, like play to earn and vote to earn, really are two totally different things. They've been dangerously mixed up in the last few months, I think, and the proposals I've been put through and everything. And, play to earn, yes, sure, why not? I mean, incentivize users to come to Decentraland by any means possible, why not? But vote to earn, that's a really totally different matter. I mean, there are some important subjects to be voted on. Like there's been way too much rugging going on, and in big part because of the people voting don't really know what to vote for, and so you really don't want to. It's really a totally different subject. Like vote to earn, I think, is a very bad suggestion. I want to start a poll about that, but I'm kind of wary of what the outcome might be. So I'm gonna put that
Yeah.
out there.
Are you referring to like the incentives program proposal that was just going on?
So yeah, there's two of them. There's one for the like that's integrated into the creation of the new DAO headquarters. That project looks pretty nice. I mean, the new buildings and everything look extremely nice. But yeah, this vote to earn component that was just integrated in there and like kind of buried in the proposal, and people voting for the proposal probably didn't notice it there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But also for the Metegami Mall incentive proposal that was put forth, there's also something for voters to earn XP. No, that's not really no. That's not the point. Like users, yes, incentivize users, like, incentivize discussions. Also, like the forum has badges you can gain from like participating in discussions and everything. Yeah, sure. Let's incentivize that, but the voting process itself is something very formal. It really has to be taken extremely seriously. It cannot be mixed with principles of gaming and that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I'm really hoping to get that clearly understood before putting an important a poll out there to vote, because I think if a poll like that shows that indeed like the serious voters are not interested in XP, whatever, for voting, then that kind of idea will be put to rest. Hopefully. So, yeah. I also have stuff to say about the assets. I think
I think one thing about what you said about user owned and operated, like that slogan and that concept, that was before there was a DAO. So I mean, that I think we need to separate ourselves from, like, the DAO wasn't always here. There were people, like when I came here, it was a open canvas, and so it was user owned and operated. Like I own my own land, I put my own stuff on it. I think we're starting to do ourselves a disservice when we're thinking that owned means our VP in the DAO. Like that, I think we got to get away from that, because ultimately that saying, I believe, I mean, for me, it still holds true. Like I don't think that my ownership here is my VP. I think it's a bunch of other things.
I see. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And so, yeah, mana gives VP, and then land gives VP, and then names give VP. I'm not sure what happens to the mana when you purchase a name, but does that mean that ultimately VP gets generated out of thin air when a name is minted? I'm not entirely sure. But if that's the case, how do we not consider other forms of asset as potential VP, like actual successful wearable submission? I think should be considered as VP, because it is something that's generating content for Decentraland. It is something that shows intent of participation in the whole Decentraland system. And so we're talking about mana disappearing, the VP power disappearing when you actually make a wearable submission. And yeah, I mean that is a problem, I think, and countering that by giving VP for successful verbal submissions would probably be a good way, I think. I don't know. I put that in a post in the forum someplace, and I guess I'll try to make that more of a broader idea. I'm also thinking possession of wearables is something that could be considered an asset that provides VP, depending on the rarity of the wearable or whatnot, but that's probably more of a debatable suggestion. I have also a whole discussion I want to start about migration of SGK6 to SGK7 scenes, but I think I'll yield the hand to someone else first.
Thank you, Ozzy. You bring up good points. Aaron, welcome. How are you today?
Thanks. Good. I've been having a good day working and listening to everybody. It's been fun listening to Meg, listening to Cheddar, listening to Unknower, listening to Rustan, Argent, Ozzy, Kness. It's been fun. It's been great. Wanted just to start off real quick, just saying, yeah, 100% agree. Everybody vote on Rustan's thing. As a man that went through that shit like 5 times, I did it through with the pets. I did it for the wanted to start implementing ERC 721 dash C NFT collections to the marketplace because I wanted to bring more revenue to the DAO. So we went through that process, those three form process with different brackets of voting. Did all that, did all the work, and then then the foundation said to do a candy request and did that, and now they're saying that it'll get done one day, just like what they told me 3 years ago. So um, I hate to be doom and gloom, but I'm just telling you what happened. I got the battle scars, but I'm also crazy as fuck. So if you want to keep fighting, I'm down. Let's go. You just tell me. I got one of those MetaTracker NFTs somewhere, bro. Just let me know, Rustan. Just tell me where it's at, and I'll vote for you, bro. I'll use it, man, and I'll blow up Chris, bro. I'll be like, hey, man, it's been a long time. How you been, bro? Anyway, we got this thing going on. I'll hit him up for you, man. Just let me know, man, and I'll make the call.
Please, no.
Hey, I'll do anything for Rustan. I'll do anything for you too, Simple. You guys and Connect.
No. Anything but that. He'll start coming for our DAO money.
he'll come. We'll awaken the beast. We'll do it. We'll do whatever it takes. Shake it up.
It's not even worth it anymore too, because it would be like maybe like 500K, 600K worth of VP.
True. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know if they even have. I don't even know. First off, I don't even know how they got the VP. I don't even know if they still have it. But yeah. But I'm just saying that if you guys need me for anything, basically, I'm at your disposal, I guess. So, and if it's a hell no from Sinful, then all good. I won't be doing it then. But I'm just letting you know if in case you do need me. But yeah, so that just wanted to say that for Rustan, just saying in case if we forgot, definitely check out his stuff because I know it's hard. And then the other thing to kind of wrap up about what everybody's been talking about, because kind of basically what One Existence and Ozzy were talking about. I think his name is Bet or Butters. He put a proposal recently about doing VP for people that have put money into wearables, submission fees. I've been kind of talking about that for a couple years as well. I think it's a good start because right now the reality is, just to kind of put it in perspective. I don't know if people know this, but America, how it started off was it wasn't everyone gets a vote. Obviously, we went through crazy stuff, right? But how it started was if you own land and you paid tax on your land, then you got a vote. That's how it started. And then, go ahead.
You had to have a penis too. Just
True. You had to have a penis, and you had to own land, and that was step one. No. Hold on. Honey, you confused me, Kness. You confused me. No.
Sorry.
You only had to own land and have a penis. That was rule number one. But then rule number two was that it was a deal with the devil. It was if you want to vote and you don't own land and you have a penis, you can still vote, but we have to make this new law where you get drafted and go to war. So we can at any moment's time we can send you off to a different country and you have to fight with people. You're all a bunch of young 18 to 23-year-olds, and you're all like killing each other over some random things that no one knows what's going on, right? So that
Yep. Yo, Aaron, if you're talking in a digital sense, I think you're talking within Ozzy's language. Decentraland is a country, so we're gonna invade Sandbox.
Yes. So I guess that if you take that from this, and yes, I'm down to battle at any metaverse. Let's go. But that was the second step on how to get voting, and then of course we decided just to give women rights to vote, just because we're not going to make them get drafted. We're nice people, so they got the right to vote too. The guys got the end of the stick on that, but it's all good, because it is what it is. But the reason why I'm bringing that up, not just to feel bad for us men that have penises, as Kness says, but it's the reason why
they wouldn't let me enlist just to So this is all like very, very 360 meta because they wouldn't let me, So
No, really? Wow.
yeah. Back then, when I was gonna try to enlist in the Marines, they didn't put women in infantry. So probably good. I just went on to be a school teacher instead. So I don't know. Yeah, equity. But
Right,
here,
right.
Web3, I get another chance.
There you go. You get another chance for battle. I love it. I love it. Well, basically, I think this is a long example of how I think that things should go in terms of running things like a business. The reason why like it's valuable to give people that own land voting power is because they continue to bring revenue into the government through their taxes. Well, we had a thing where we don't do that. These people that bought land at the very beginning bought it for like 10 cents or whatever, a dollar, and then they just have land for forever. And there's a lot of people that I'm really happy that it worked for because they're good people. I don't know how long ago Canessa bought land, but those are those type of people that I'm really happy about. But there's other people that stole a lot of land, and those people have a lot of VP. Some of them even have 4 million VP, and they control things. And that to me I think is putting a huge hurdle on what's going on. And so I think it's like, it's funny because it's like, I'm kind of like libertarian basic where I say like, no taxation without representation. So why the hell would I want there to be taxed? The reality submission fees is a good bridge, a good stepping about $50,000 a month that was coming in through wearable submission fees alone. None of those people got VP for that. Nobody did. Rustan bought a ton of cool stuff, no VP. Kness made a bunch of cool stuff, no VP. I'm an idiot. Spent like $10,000 even on one wearable submission fee because I wanted that stupid fairy so bad, but I didn't get no VP. And it is what it is. I had fun and it's a good time. But I think that a lot of those people would have enjoyed that, as some of you guys have already echoed through this conversation. I think if we start giving VP for things that we think provide value, whether it be in terms of cash flow to the DAO or other things, as people having events, bringing, basically instead of spending money on marketing, we're incentivizing people to bring people to the platform. I think it's just another way of compensation. We can try, as One Existence put it best, we can try to experiment on a lot of these things. Sorry, just randomly, I see Dr. Drip in here too. I know he's got a ton of wearables. He needs more VP. So I think that we should start off by trying to slowly kind of figure out ways to get more VP in the community. And I'm like I said, I'm admitted. I'll know, some things that we might try. Let's say we give VP to people that spend money on wearable submission fees and it does okay or bad, or we start saying, okay, let's start giving some VP to DJs that have done X, Y, or Z that we think has provided value. Some of these things might not be good, but we'll learn as we go, and it's a lot easier to do something and then pivot depending on the outcome than just sit here for 2 years and just not do anything. So that's my personal opinion. Obviously, I know there's a lot of data points I'm missing, but yeah, just from what I'm hearing, you guys, I hope that's the solution. And shout out to you guys.
Aaron, did you fill out the survey? The one of the, or two or three of the 3 surveys that we've got out?
Yes, I'm the one that was saying that Rob L was the issue, and also HP and Tobik. So I'm the one that actually name drop people. So if you're looking for the one that I did, just look for that.
Okay, will do.
Go ahead, Ganessa. Who was in the order? Make?
I think Make,
correct?
One Exist, and then Cheddar.
Oh, Cheddar's hand is up. Hi.
Hi, kids. There are a lot of good points and good concepts that have been brought up, and I think, funny enough, most of them are all floating around the same top-down approach. So I guess what would it take to actually build out a real committee? You know, the Knessas, the Cheddars, people who, you know, and again, with funding, but to start really taking shape of what is important, building a budget with Mariana, you know, etc., or whatever, and start looking at this the other way. Like start solving team problems. What has to happen for that kind of thing to start? Because that's what we keep hearing. Like I think we all have common, you know, we all have subbed thoughts. Like maybe me and Ozzy and Ganessa all have different working parts. But if we had these funnels of success where grants could be given based on that stuff being done or rewarded in BP, how do we start that? Like, and I don't mean write another grant, but like how do we all come together and say this is, we have to start shaping the future by the people who are investing their time and energy in it. How does that work? And also, how, from the people who aren't there, who are just pushing around their voting rights, how can we as a group maybe not suppress what they do, but show that there's strength in the unity of what we're doing? Because, I mean, we've spent a lot of time talking about some great ideas in here. Either way, it's got to start with budget, got to start with planning and a roadmap to success. So I'm going to go put my BP where my mouth is. One Existence just asked me to give him his BP, my BP. I'm not giving anybody my P except Knessa. No, but how do we?
Wait, wait,
How
wait,
do
wait, wait,
we?
wait, 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 wait,
How
wait,
do
wait,
we
wait,
put
wait,
a
wait, wait,
layer
wait.
of
I asked
government
first.
into the DAO?
I asked first. That's not fair.
Okay, fine.
You
You
jumped
could
over
have my
me and went
BP.
straight to Ganessa.
I'll just split it right down the MF middle. Just let me be allowed to continue to DJ and hang out. No. Anything that's gonna survive has to have a budget and has to have a structure and a game plan. So no matter what, this is like throwing shit at a wall. We've done that enough. We have showed it fails. That we know. So how do we start readjusting top down and then filling the needs?
Well, I think just anybody could go and write a proposal right now to like try out to make their own facilitation squad like that. Nobody needs to get permission to do that. I mean, that any one of us could do that. You could make up a new squad. The HOA, I always joke about the Rustan and Knessa HOA, but like anybody can do that. So I think that right there just there's nothing stopping us. Like the facilitation squad is gone. I mean, it could be somebody could try to just copy that, duplicate it, or they could morph it, evolve it into something better. I personally would love to see it a little bit more robust than it was, especially for the price. But I mean, I think this is where it starts. Like, one of my fears is that we just never take it out of these Saturday spaces, like and that we use this to vent and feel a little tired at the end of the day. But like, action needs to happen. But yeah, I think after this summit, I think that's part of why it's happening. It wouldn't have happened if they didn't want input. Like, they are, I mean, we can complain all we want, but they could be doing this entirely different. They could be doing this in closed doors with saying, hey, a few people thought this was a good idea, we're going to push this. Like, they're not thus far. I will reserve the rest of my decision afterwards. I want to make sure that those of us that are going aren't just going to help like echo whatever message they want. Like, so I'm trying to go in very objective, like, okay, is good for the platform. Yeah, and beyond that, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I forgot the order. Cheddar, Argent, it won't exist. Who was next?
Vanessa, can you just pin that last survey up to the top?
Yeah,
I can't find it.
yeah. Has everybody taken the? I mean, I pushed for that survey because I felt like I wanted us to. I mean, I was gonna do it myself, just like I want to know. Like, I don't know. I freaking hate it. This is the funny part. I hated doing data when I was a teacher, but now I'm like, well, how can we make decisions if we don't know? Like, we need to know. I mean, we need to know why people have left the DAO. Like, it's toxic as hell. But like, would people come back if they had VP? And then like, would they come back if they felt like it was not toxic? So, I'm looking for it. Let me see. But please, 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 if you haven't filled it out, like, I think it's the best. I don't know. It's the best we could do. Like, there we go. Yeah. So there's 3 different surveys. If you don't vote in the DAO, there is one specifically for kind of your feedback on that, and then the other ones are really good.
And the next person was Argent, by the way. Go ahead, Vanessa, finish out your sentence.
No, that's good. Go ahead, Argent.
Hello, hello. Well, this is a super interesting topic. I wish I had like more solutions or ways to contribute in order to just not talk, but actually pass to the action. And I think we all feel that. And we see that when someone is doing it, it seems that is really, you get those obstacles, right? And so it's kind of interesting how we can approach that. But out of how do you call that when it's out of topic? If you want to test with me in if you're a Fortnite user and you want to come and see how I'm testing one of my spaces. That is actually a Decentraland Music Fest portal to Fortnite. You can come today later. Just pay me on the CBD server, Discord server for that. I will be there.
Argent, I wanna hook up with you. I wanna see it, but I can't be today. But I love what you're doing. I'm like, this is so cool. So if anybody hasn't seen it, Argent is taking her sculpture that was in Decentraland and putting it in Fortnite. So it's like, how can you get better than that? That's just such a good mix.
For now, I can tell that at least for collisions, it's way easier to do it with the SDK 7 in the Decentraland that for Unreal. I only can say that by now.
Bye, Argent. Let's see. Was it one exist and then Cheddar?
I'm done with DAO talk, so go ahead, Cheddar.
Yo, can y'all hear me? Am I good?
Yep.
All right. So I gotta get ready to go. We've been talking for a long time. My brain is kind of exhausted. I don't know how you guys do this every week. Shout out to you.
We're pros.
But just the whole DAO governance thing. I think it's like some sort of sinister addiction that I have, like where it's like very difficult, and we put in a lot, but I still keep coming back to it. I don't know what we're all sick, but anyway, I'm getting ready to go to the summit, right? And my wheels have been turning a whole lot about what we're going to do, what we're going to talk about, and what we're going to get out of this. And as a representative of the community, right, I feel like we are going there not for ourselves, right, but to sort of collectively bring our knowledge and all of our collective discussions and points of views that we've had over for me the last 2 years since I've been here. And we keep asking and circling around this question around voting power and VP, right? It seems like this endless conversation that we keep having. And it's like Canessa said, right? Sometimes I wish that we could step out of this room and actually put some action towards all of these ideas and all of these suggestions and all of these things that we've made around the topic of voting power. And I guess what my plan is just to sort of sleep on it and really think of, because I'm so adamant about this, right? And I would like for you guys to DM me, help me, send me ideas. Like I'm getting ready to go to the summit. I invite you to put into my brain, into my inbox, right? It's the first time ever that I'm inviting all of you to DM me. Jesus Christ, you DM me about all kinds of stuff that I do. Take your opportunity now to DM me and tell me how you feel, like you've done before. But, around the topic of really, how can we put real voting power and the power of ownership, right, in the hands of each and every one of us? I think that Canessa is right. I think that, the founders have gotten their land flipped. Some of them have moved on. And I think that if we want to succeed, foundation, we have to take ownership, right? Canessa has said this many times before. We as a community have to take ownership of this platform and the future of it and the success of it. And, people are going to stop getting paid. And I know that we have a big budget, but it is finite, right? It is going to end. The DAO treasury is going to end if we don't find a way to continue funding it. The foundation treasury is going to end. And at some point, these people are going to leave. And what's going to be left is, right, this community, us, the people in this room. And that's why she says that we have to take ownership, because once the dust settles, once the dust really settles, right, just like the grantees left, just like we've seen people come and go and disappear, all these people are going to be disappeared, and what's left is us. And so I would like to focus on putting the real power back into the hands of this community, and power concedes nothing, right? That's one thing that I know. The people who hold the power are those who hold a monetary stake, and I am adamant that VP should stay tied to land and mana, and that if we want the VP, then what we want is the land and mana. And the only way that we're going to be able to harness that community power is to buy it back from the initial investors. That's why they bought it in the first place, right? They put money into it so that in the end they could get something back out of it, and it was a financial stake. So we have to buy that back from the original investors. And it's not that all whales are bad, right? It's not like they're the enemy, right? And we are like the people, and it's like, we're gonna pick it against them or whatever. There's a lot of good people on both sides of the community, but like I said, the DAO has a limited budget. It's going to end. Foundation is going to leave. They'll get other jobs, just like Polygonal Mine. They went down, but they'll be fine. They're going to go get other jobs, and they're just going to continue on. And what's going to be left here is us. The land speculators are going to be gone too, right? They're going to drop it or sell it for however it, what the floor is, and then just walk away with whatever they can. And everybody's going to be fine. So I think that we have to really sleep on it and think on how we can foster an environment where we can use the human capital and the monetary capital that we have now to provide incentives so that we can truly be a decentralized virtual world that is built and owned by its users. And I invite you to just give me ideas on that. I appreciate all of you, and I thank you. Peace.
Real quick, I think one really big problem is that buying land is not a one-to-one. The VP you get for buying land, you actually lose power, because you get 2,000 VP for a parcel of land. And what's the cheapest parcel of land right now? Maybe 3,000 to 8,000.
Right, but land is
mana.
just a little tiny piece of it, right? Like we have a token that our platform also relies on, and we have a whole economy of wearable creators and a land economy that is held up by that token. So I think that a big part of us being a decentralized virtual world that is built and owned by its users is to be able to foster that economic empowerment of the community that does all the work. And I'm so sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Y'all can like hit me.
That's all right. No, you came in just at the right time. But it there's no real like incentive to buy the land, if at least if you're interested in participating in the DAO. It's like it seems like right now the only real incentive to get any kind of say in the platform is to just hold your mana and not really do anything with it, which isn't really helping either because you're not buying land. I mean, you could buy names and that kind of locks it in, but that is a one-to-one. Like you spend 100 mana and you get 100 VP for your name. But like, where's the incentive to buy land? You're not really getting ownership in the governance. You're getting the ownership of your land, but you're like losing power in having a say over what you can do with it.
So Julianne has a very, very, very good solution that she just posted maybe 3 minutes ago. Solution: get rich.
Well, and I think we not that we would get rich, but like I think if we had more users coming into this world, spending their money, buying stuff, it would be a different ecosystem, right? Like we would be talking about like how to create, new blend files, not like this and that in the DAO. Like okay, I'm on a tangent. Let's see, Cheddar, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
What if we don't think of land as a mechanism for voting power, but more as a mechanism for creation? Like we have a lot of speculators that are just, like you said, just holding land and sitting on it, just like they're holding onto their mana and sitting on it. But what if we create incentives as a community that empower people by staking their mana? So then maybe we could use that as a way of making money by investing it and making money for the DAO. What if the DAO buys land and instead of sitting on it like we've been sitting on all this dead land, then provides that land as an incentive for the creators and the people that are involved, because we know that they're going to use that land in a way that is constructive instead of sitting on it for speculation. I think that these are really good discussions, and I love like the pushback because yeah, I agree, like you're not gonna, if there's no incentive, right? Where's the incentive to buy the land? Well, maybe we can use the land as an incentive for creation or as an incentive for something else other than voting power, right? It's still a mechanism that we can use to incentivize something that we want out of our community.
If you have land, just putting an example, if it was the possibility to give land for example, do a project during 6 months and something like that, that is focused in creating, not in the voting theme, it would be so dope. I think it would bring us a lot of people that is wanting to create and use the land for creation than use the land for just voting power.
Let's see, was it one exist or make? I'll do a better job figuring it out.
Go ahead, existence. Okay.
All right. Well, I lied. I lied about I'm done with the DAO talk, but it's just to point out that I have during this space I put in 3 proposals or polls. Please know they are just polls to get some feedback on whether they will proceed or not. And it was the end dates for positions, and I don't know what other possibilities, and also exit plans for the grants. Uh, Utilizing Dow owned land parcels, getting that discussion going again. Uh, I mentioned my suggestion about putting sandstorm builds out there. And then I may have imagined this, but I swore to God at one point in time, and I missed it, there was a voice chat held in the Dow Discord for delegates and delegators to, basically an introduction to the people who are looking to be delegated VP. I thought that might be a good thing to have happen again, so people can get to know who is asking for VP and how they would go about utilizing it, and maybe get some of that more distributed out. And then I want to shout out in the space the Digital Food Project, Expo Hidi. And the reason I do this also is because I'm a community member in many, many different areas. And one community, I was the host of a charity event to help provide food to homeless people in Chicago. And there was one community that showed their true colors. Now, I've made this statement before, and everybody goes towards the negative. Well, if you have ever heard Cyndi Lauper's song True Colors, it is not just a negative terminology. And that community that showed their brilliant, beautiful colors was this one you're in right now. I can pretty much say it would not have been anywhere near successful had those that came through, pulled up, and showed support for something I believed in. And it is very, very much appreciated, and it did not go unnoticed. Expo Hidi had made the statement that after that he needs to start spending some more time in Decentraland because of the community. He did post that he needs a better computer, which led me to also, I'll post it up above, for those of you that are or want to be part of the Client 2.0 testing. Phase 1 ended Monday, and I believe September 9th. Phase 2 will start, and it includes Mac. For those of you that have a Mac and weren't able to join the first one, the second phase will include Macintosh. And if you were part of one, you're in for two, no worries. But if you weren't part of one and want to, so thank you again, Decentraland, for pulling up and being just I hate the song, but for shining bright like a diamond.
It was an awesome event, and I think next time I would love to have like a Decentraland component, or if it can't be hosted in Hyperfi, like we've got land. I would love to see a wearable made or an emote in the marketplace that just the proceeds kind of slowly drip in. Like that would be pretty cool too.
That's funny you said that. One very special person that was in the audience who unfortunately fell asleep at some point, but that's understandable considering where they were. They asked me how they could donate. I actually threw that option or that thought back at them about, would you be interested in creating the wearable? And I was going to help pay, or I was going to pay the submission fee, and proceeds go to that. I think they're just going to do the donation for now, but he is planning on doing this more often. So, and he is making some changes to the auction the way the auction was done, because I know there were questions and on how that all ran. I thought it went pretty well overall for a first time, and looks like it could be a good model for others to follow. So please follow the Fidgetal Food Project. Expo Heidi was in here. It's the same person, but he was in here earlier as well. And he does have a space later today that he's looking for feedback and discussion on how things went, how it could be better. So thank you again.
You know, those are the things that, like, that's maybe some of the best use case for this is like the charity events when done right. Like, I've donated so much money to charities that, like, rugged. It sucks to be generous because you usually get fucked. And got a little virtual bracelet though for donating to one of the ones that came through Decentraland. So I think, like, being in the space, having reputation, like, you know, getting that genuine, when people know you're real, I think that could be really powerful. So I'm glad. It took me a little while to kind of realize what you were doing with that event, and, you know, I apologize for not sharing out sooner. I know you had some good points that, like, what good is being an influencer if you're not gonna share those kind of things, you know? Like, that's that's when it matters, not like what outfit you wear on Wednesday. It's like feeding humans, people in need.
It's still something you want to make sure you can get behind. I've known him for a while. I had faith in him, and he's coming through. So I was happy to be a part of it. I hope my speeches inspired some people too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little selfish on that. I was hoping to hear something on those because I thought, well, Aaron, thank you. I evidently made fun of Aaron for being fat, but it was totally acceptable the way I did it. Although I didn't mention chicken nuggets, like I said. So, but yeah, thank you all.
No, thank you, thank you. I mean, it's for such a good cause. You did well, you know, co-hosting that event. And yeah, definitely, like Vanessa mentioned, such a use case, and such a good use case, and definitely like the beginning of a concept that maybe future charities can follow. Now, let's hope like those future charities are not the corrupt ones, but at least we have the ability to like choose which one, you know, by like them presenting themselves before us. Like, I mean, I thought the Twitter space auction was like unique, like definitely with more people, perhaps maybe you'll have more uh like people that want to come up, but it does limit those that don't want to like use their voice or, you know, speak, or don't, or just can't because they're at work or whatever. So, and like, you know, the texting and then getting it through, or getting it through like Hyperfy, uh there's like a bit of a delay there, and you know, you can't really get the true uh how do you say, like flow of like the auction.
Yeah, I agree. And I was being messaged in a couple different locations as for possibly bidding on something. But I want to also, now that I think about, mention one specific thing that really stands out to me. Um, you you remember what you paid for your Sabet, Canessa? You don't have to say. You don't have to say anything. But
I
evidently,
remember what I paid proximity too.
Oh, well, yeah, no, that
Okay.
I was gonna say something about that, but I don't know how.
There was evidently Sabat had an auction as well, and it opened it opened at $800 and it was sold. Now, where was that MFer? Sorry, Canessa, but where was that MFer when they went up for bid there? That just blew my mind.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was buying. I honestly have never heard of them before, and
Me either.
Yeah, I mean, next time, guys, next time One Exists has this auction, just ignore it. Just go, don't come, so I can get all the good stuff. Just kidding. No, next time he does this, like, the floor on that Sabet is way higher than what I paid for it. I feel bad. I mean, well, okay, I started by screwing up my auction. I got there, I'm like, boom, I bid $80 for like some Apple NFT, and then you guys were like, wait, don't bid. That's not how we're doing it. I'm like, oh my god, I can't even give my money away the right way. I'm such a loser. But anyway, like I gotta check. I don't know if that one went through, but I plan on supporting, about outside of just that one time auction too, because that I felt bad that Sabet
Oh no,
sent me
no,
that.
no!
I mean,
Don't feel bad. That's usually what people turn up to auction for, is the hopes that they will get it at a discounted price. So don't feel bad. Don't, unless you sell it, then yeah, you should give half to the charity. I'm just kidding. It's yours. It's yours now. You do what you want with it. Don't feel bad one way or the other. You don't. You did contribute to a charitable cause, and it did not go unnoticed. So do keep that in mind.
I would like to report that CBD has one bit beast in the vault.
now wouldn't it be cool if that was some kind of collective you could buy into, and then if it was sold at a later date, then you as an early investor got like the shared profits of it, like a art cooperative or something.
Or you mean like as it sells, a portion of the proceeds go to the original artist, or however that's set up, and then a small portion goes to the person who first bought it, or
Yeah, I don't know, something so that like an entity like CBD could somehow still bring value with holding that NFT. Or I don't know. I'm just thinking like that's cool that it's in a community wallet. But how can that help the community more?
if you keep the the ID number or whatever it is, that is the smart contract number specific to that NFT, you could add it as a token gate item and provide somehow, or airdrops, as long as you kept that record of that specific one. So there are some things you could do, if that, I think that's what you were kind of getting at.
Yeah, it would be cool.
So, and Make has his hand up. Thank you, Make, for being one of the performers at the event as well.
You got it, buddy. It was a good event to help, and I'm glad that we could do some good and also support you, who's always out there supporting us. So, it was a lot of wins, and it's been great seeing Bohidi around and being active in Decentraland, because he sees the good side of us, which I think the people in here in general, that's how we feel. Like, at least in this chamber, like, this is the chamber that keeps most of us coming back. So how do we expand the energy? And I know we don't always get along in here, or we have different points, or we want things to go. And I'm reading through the Dow, things, and I'm like, how do we channel the energy of what really actually happens and bring that to a head? I do think play to earn or work to earn, like Cheddar said. I mean, I feel like that's like the base level of what's going on, period, in Web3 at this point everywhere, and it should be investigated. And I think there are a lot of ways we could incentivize people, whether that was, and I love, passively earning mana, I think would be fantastic. But it's these are the things that's going to help make this grow. So how do we start compartmentalizing, forming a budget around what can be done in a year, what can be done in 6 months, what are the pressing needs, and start shaping like an identity around what the DAO is, instead of it being a popularity contest and quite often a very vicious place to talk to people. I think we should also, honestly, in the short term, I think grants and these things should just be yes, no, or more information. And we really should take out, like, you want to be decentralized and keep it low and stay away from bots, verified users on platform, probably with names or whatever, and take the argument and the aggression out. And if there is like a manifesto or a constitution about what the DAO represents, like must be good for platform, must facilitate one of these 4 categories, must have a need that needs to be filled, will have a team provided if that need is met, or the people who fit into that category get rewarded for their audits like they do for testing wearables. Like, scale it way the fuck back down. Like, nobody just getting $100,000 without a friggin' great reason, like a great reason that checks off so many boxes and has teams in place with people who continue the value, and make this a simpler thing to take the hate, the anger, the statements that come out that get people to quit. Or, again, we lost another user this week because they put in a grant that they didn't understand. Somebody responded to it that, we know. And this person went on a rampage everywhere else, telling everybody they could listen. These people don't like us. They just are all at it for themselves. We got to take that kind of voice out of the discussion right now. And I think we are building the trail of change, but it's like, what is the Constitution, like Unknower's been talking about in his spaces on the subject, and Kanessa and Cheddar, like, what are the 5 topics that make Decentraland live, breathe, or die? And what are those things that we need done? What are our highest level of things that we could do as a DAO to do it? Are we the ones who are setting up Music Fest? Are we the ones doing the gaming? If that's above us, then nothing should come to us that isn't related. And start a constitution of change.
One thing to talk about for next week is to sit down with Kim and Gino and then talk about, like, I joked I'm going to bring sticky notes because I'm like, we need to know what like really concrete, concise, what is Foundation responsible for? What is DAO responsible for? What is the community responsible for? Because we're going to break our backs trying to do somebody else's job, and that's just not smart. I want to be smarter than that. So, like, okay, music festivals, boom. There was some confusion last year of who's putting that on. But if we know that Foundation's doing that, then we know we can put our energy, our resources over here. So that is something that we're going to do. Kim said she wants to talk about that with us. And so having it, more clearly articulated of what they're planning on doing. I mean, I know we asked for a longer roadmap, and hopefully that'll help us kind of like get some more of that. But I think also, like, we need to just rethink what we're doing with this money, bottom line. Like, because I've supported grants that, like, going through, I spent a week going through every single grant ever accepted and itemizing it and putting together how much money each project has received, because sometimes people ask for it all from the same wallet address, but sometimes they don't. And it's I don't know if it's like just somebody decided, oh, I'll put the grant in this time, or if they're trying to hide how much funds they've actually received. But what I really think we need to do is spend money on, and I said it in nowhere space, evergreen things that don't get old, things that don't get antiquated. Like there was $3,000 spent for a video last year, a YouTube video that has 473 views today. $3,000 for 473 views, and it's about a topic that no longer exists in Decentraland because Ice Poker doesn't use ice anymore. So it's like, why did we spend that money? And on the line of like, one thing that's always done is tutorial videos. Like, so here's an interesting fact. Like, we gave $2,000 to Chris K to make a YouTube video. We gave $1,500 to Herodokai to make a YouTube video. We gave, Kevin on Earth for Decentraland report $127,300 to make the Decentraland report, which was a really, informative thing at the time, but it was also very, news is cutting edge. It's what's hot today. It's what's hot this week. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to go back and like watch news reports from 2 years ago. Like it's no longer relevant. $5,000 to NFT creator tours for onboarding. I mean, $3,000 for Stinky Scrub for a YouTube. I mean, $3,000 Anna Gamer for a YouTube. Like it just goes on and on. So like, how many times do we need to make a YouTube tutorial? Like, that's just my question is, if everybody's still like using KJ Walkers because it's really good, do we need to keep doing these things? Because the tutorials that taught you how to make a wearable from 2021 are probably a lot different than the ones today. So like, this stuff changes, like the content changes as we go to client. Like, oh my gosh, now we got to make SDK7 tutorials. But my question as I'm going through this and looking at like all of this stuff that we paid for that's essentially dead because it's outdated, but we've paid for it. Like, how can we work around that? Or maybe that's okay. Like, maybe we just need to decide, this is the 2025 social media budget that's going to highlight the best of the cutting edge, the festivals of 2025. We know it's going to be outdated, so we're only going to allocate $10,000 because this is not going to be very interesting in 2030. But I just otherwise, I mean, most of these, like I'm following the links, I'm looking at the portfolios, like there's dead links, people have moved on. It's like, how do we spend $120,000 and then have nothing to show for it here? Because go ahead, Sam.
Don't get me started on when I got suckered into voting yes to give DG $1 million for their ice to mana liquidity pool. If for those of you that don't know, ice does not exist anymore. So yeah, a lesson learned on that one for sure. Like, I've been on a personal growth journey with my voting. My voting methods from 2 years ago do not apply to my voting methods nowadays.
Well, one thing I find, like when I'm looking at these, and there's a lot that I voted for too, that I'm like, I look back at my comment, I was like, how the fuck was I that stupid? Like, I was so excited about this product. I thought that we were gonna get, like a game, tower defense, or Sugar Club, or like, I was excited about this, and then it didn't come through. So like, I think like there's a breakdown somewhere. There's a breakdown that if we as the users, like so many of these, like everybody in the comments is like stoked. Like obviously we want it. They had an idea that was a good idea, and then it never executes. And some of it, it's like they just fucking disappear. Like $250,000 for a IRL land at ETH Denver. $250,000, or $250,000 for beat blocks. Where's our music district? But wait, music district was another $250,000, not even the same. Or Decentraland Snap, be a virtual photographer. Or the Decentraland reports, $5,000 for Decentraland report jackets for each reporter. 2 of those jackets were created. Where did the money for the rest go? Like, I must know. I'm scratching my head. I don't know where the money went. Except I do, and I'm sorry to call anybody out, but like, I mean, these are the things that, like, as we move forward, we can't do anything about the past. But as we move forward, yeah, I shouldn't just be so excited that somebody's got a good idea in front of me and I'm like stoked about it. Like, if I really want to see that idea come through, then like, then I need to be like pushing for stronger safeguards, stronger protocol, like stronger checks and balances, because it'll like, seriously, you guys should all do this. Go through, look at this shit, because oh my gosh, yeah, I mean, it's wild. It's awesome to see how the DAO has evolved too, because I think it gives you a better idea of like these little games that at the beginning, the first DAO grants were for $5,000, $3,000, $2,000. Then somebody asked for $250,000. They got excited. Or no, that wasn't even that one. They okay, that was later. $10,000, $5,000, $1,500, $5,000, $3,000. It was somewhere along the way that people got greedy and they started asking for more and more. So then if you go down to another, like a year later, the average asks are $60,000, $13,000, $55,000, $110,000, $120,000. So like at the beginning, to ask for $5,000, that was acceptable, or $3,000, that was acceptable. And so somewhere along the way, that was no longer enough. I think when everybody saw each other get money, it was like people wanted that piece of the pie too.
Again, test. I think we need to test some of those smaller ones that people have been passing up to.
Yeah, I've been reaching out to people that have gotten these, and I'm like, hey, where can I find your build-in world? They're like, you can't. It was on rented land. It's like, okay, so I can't find it because it was a specific event that the DAO paid for, and you can't find it. But man, we could put it on that land that the DAO owns, like in the future. And this person did put it on their world name. So that is another thing. Like, should we require that if you were a grant recipient and want to stay in good standing with the DAO, that after your build, if you have a specific event, like it's Oktoberfest, right? Like nobody wants to go to Oktoberfest in January, but like maybe you have to put that on a DCL world name, because at least then you're populating either in world if you put on land, or like somewhere. I think that that's my criteria. I've got like a yes and no column. Like, can I walk in world right now and find this? No. I mean, there's a music district for $250,000 that I can't walk into.
And as long as you don't use $14.5 million to pay, or VP to pay yourself for a ton of money on a grant on something that is in a world but unfinished still.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of this was a different world. Like it was a different landscape. Like the DAO was different back then. So I'm also not comparing. It's not apples to oranges. Like Yamel was the one that voted on a lot of these to push them through. And I'm like, what was he thinking? But at the same time, like, what was he thinking? He was probably like, he's got this DAO. It's a new DAO. He's got this open world. Like, yes, let's get people building on it. And back then, we didn't have the hindsight that we have today to look at and be like, wow, well, the rug, the scammers are going to come and take all our money. Like we probably did not have on our bingo card that somebody was going to like seize one of the districts and like use it like a pirate against us. Like probably did not see that coming. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to like more answers more questions getting answered this weekend, because there's certainly some that are questionable at the very least. Okay, I soapboxed because you know what, my eyes went nuts after looking at these Excel columns. But then I have it heat mapped. If anybody's a dork and loves Excel, I have it like heat indexed. So I got these glaring red lines of like $600,000, $530,000 looking at me that like, where'd this money?
Run it through AI and have it analyze it all.
They would be like, what the hell were you thinking? Like, why would you why would you pay for that? Do you guys know there's a grant that we donated to Blender? Like we just donated to Blender. But then there's like a sub grant that's like, maybe we shouldn't donate to Blender. Maybe we should sign up for their like Proteon Forever. So I got a deep, that was one that I intended to do a more deep dive into, but have not yet. So, okay, that's an
Blender should invest into us.
They were very friendly with us at GDC, so now I know why. Like it was, yeah.
Wonder what? All right, Vanessa, you are the hand order person.
I want to
Which hand went up
Aaron
first?
and then Shatter and Make, maybe. So Aaron.
First off, wanted to if any way you could share that data with us, I would love to see it too. I'm a huge nerd when it comes to that. So I don't know if you have it like on Google Sheets or Excel or however, but if you ever ended up sharing it, please let me know.
I have it on Sheets, on Google Sheets, but I do want to, like, I shared it with one person. They immediately found like an error that I made. It's like, they're like, yeah, I think the algorithm's running this. I'm like, bro, I'm the algorithm. Like, I suck. So I do want a few more eyes to look at it, and I also want to, because there's a discrepancy between what each grant got versus what they were actually paid out. Like, there's one that got a grant for $250,000 and like 2 years ago, and they just withdrew it last month. So that's like, makes you wonder. So I'm gonna do a little more of a deep dive so that my data is. I don't want to lead anyone astray either. I don't want to say the wrong thing or make any kind of false accusations before I have smarter people, financial people. Mariana, she's not here. Look at it, but then I plan on. I mean, it's what we should all know. What I want to do is chunk it apart so we can be like, whoa, we've spent $250,000 on YouTube videos, or like we've spent like $130,000 taking people to comedy clubs.
That's great. And then there's three quick things. One, Sinful, don't worry about feeling bad about it change. But that was the first time I commented. I was like, I don't know. I usually always vote yes, but I'm trying to figure out how this can be possible where I vote yes on this. So I'm not voting. I need to not vote right now. And then I got pitched that basically was like, okay, all this mana is going to be given to these people so they could buy everybody's wearables, so it'll like jumpstart the economy. And at the time, I already spent like $40,000 in wearable submission fees. So I was like, oh, cool. Maybe I can make some of that back, Like, I was like, I guess if for $1 million, someone was bound to buy some more Waifu stuff, and other people in the space will get their wearables bought. I guess it's a no-brainer. And then, so I did. I changed my vote to yes, and then I don't know if anyone ever. I think I met a person that got a wearable bot with that mana. So I think whatever they did was pretty clever. Like, so that I could be wrong. I obviously don't know. I obviously don't have the details. But I just want to let you know, don't feel alone on that, man. I too got coerced in that. And last two things. One of them is shout out to Ozzy. I just want to personally shout out to him because he's been helping me a lot with the PvP. And just because I was just thinking about it because Kness was talking about trying to do things that we can long term, try to create that are evergreen. And also shout out to Lastrum trying to build that, making it easy for people to build things. Because I remember I can't even remember what it was called, but it was the hotel where you could have your rooms in it, and I was like, oh, this can be like that the Sims play, like, because there's this game called PKXD that has a lot of users in it, and it's people that like to play house and build, buy apartment furniture and stuff. But I don't know if they're still that active.
Meta Residency Tower.
Yeah.
Rug.
Ah, damn. Because there's no way, like, in hell I have the like, because I want to help, but I know that there's only some things I'm only capable of, and I'm like, there's no way I could build that kind of stuff. And they built that, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like this can actually maybe do that, and then they can run with it. But then I stopped hearing stuff about it.
They got $240,000 between two grants, and I don't know where Tony G is at right now.
Oh, damn! So
I know. Make used to try to like host his events like at Meta Residency Tower because Make had one. So he was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna bring some life in there. And then he would try to like hit up like the developers. They were being difficult with him and wouldn't fix stuff. So he was just like,
I believe they were working on transferring or becoming SDK 7. I've been there recently. It still works, so that's a good thing. I would have to dig further, but I want to say there has been some. It's not enough to unsour Make, but there has been some work done.
Well, I hope you're right, man. Because that I was like, I hope more people try to do that play, because I think that would be a fruitful thing for Decentraland. And sorry, can you guys hear me?
It sounded like you cut out, but now I can.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, like, yeah, just to hit on the notes of what Kness was saying about making evergreen. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that I thought was a good play. So I hope One Existence is right, and I hope they keep going. And if not, I know other people are still doing it too. So shout out to them. And the last final thing, you don't have to answer this, Knessa, if you don't want to, but I'm just curious. That $3,000 for one video, was that the Tobic one?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I was just curious. That's all. All right.
I mean, I don't know. I think we just have to decide what should the DAO be paying for. Like, should the DAO be paying for content for other brands within the world, or should it only be doing, like, I mean, if we paid for editing software, I mean, sorry if I'm ruffling feathers for anybody, but sorry not sorry, like if we paid for editing software in 2021, somebody to be able to edit videos for the DAO, then like do we have to pay for it again when the next person comes along and wants to do editing? Or should that person now be your go-to person from the DAO, that if you've got like you want to do Wondermine and you want to do a commercial, maybe the DAO's like, yeah, well, here's, this guy, go over here. We've already paid for the editing software. He's got the whole Adobe suite. What is that, $600? This is the person who can help you with that. Or, privately go out and find your own person. But I feel like if the DAO pays for it, then the DAO owns that. Like it comes down to like server, all the equipment that people are asking for. I think the community has to decide. I'm not saying we should decide, but like, does that belong to the individual or does that belong to the DAO? And then therefore, if the DAO needs a streamer to come and help with Metaverse Fashion Week, well, maybe the computer that the DAO bought should be the one doing that. And I think we lose sight of the tangible things that the DAO has bought. I think it's also like that's why everything should be open source in the future. Sorry, my Wisconsin accent came out. Open source. It should be open source in the future, because like, do you know that we have bought, let's see, what have we paid for? We have paid for like Uno. Where's this person? They've done so many small grants. Like they've done parkour. They've done checkers, they've done community module creation. They've done all these small things that I'm like, where can I find that in world? I can't even find it, but it's probably on the GitHub. So it's probably a little hard to find, like for somebody like me that's not super computer inclined. So I also think we need to make it like sexier to find these open source projects. Like we need a shopping catalog, guys. We need to go in. I know there's a GitHub with all the stuff. Somebody was nice enough to send me that link, but like we need to make it as easy as possible to find stuff. Like if I need music for my scene, you know, and I'm a DAO recipient. Doesn't it make sense that like Billy T Coin, who got the grant for the music for the DAO, is the guy to go to? Or if I need an NPC, then I can go to Doki, who made the NPC. So like, I think a lot of it also, it's there, but there's like this missing step, this missing connection between like the products that are already out there that are made, and then people like me that might want, like, I'm just thinking a new brand that comes in, they're like, I want to make this stuff. Or Punk Pink made 800 outfits, right? Like, if I want a wearable, I should go there. So I don't know, it just, I'm like thinking in my head, we just have to reframe everything and just completely look at this with a different perspective, because the DAO has tangible things that we've bought. Like, we've paid for this, we have it. Most of it is rugged, most of it is just blown away, but the stuff we still have, like, we should find ways to make it work for us. And Cheddar, I think you were next.
What you got? I had to unmute myself here for a second. So yeah, with my brain being in Regenesis Summit mode, I was just thinking about what you were talking about, Kanessa, in regards to how much money we've given to projects and what we have to show for it in the end. And when you look back on it, how your fucking brain just wants to explode, right? Looking at it sometimes, I think that's the best way, right? Looking back on it is to figure out how we can move forward in the future. Like Make said, you know, we can deduct what worked and what didn't work, and just focus on what did work, what was good about the last couple of years and the grants program, and go with that. One Exist and I tried some faction of evaluating grants programs, but we quickly just found out that the information was really scattered. It was non-existent in a lot of respects, and it was just pretty much impossible for us to really in detail, right, evaluate the effectiveness of past grant programs. And in large part, that is where the motivation for my proposal for financial reporting of grants came through, is because we just didn't even have the necessary information, not only to vet the programs in the first place, but to evaluate them in the end after they're over, to see how we can have room for improvement. So, you know, going into this summit, I really would just like to invite the community to DM me or to share your thoughts with me in a post or whatever. We've talked about we talk here a lot about what we need, and I think that we already know what we need. These are like the most awesome discussions. But then taking that out of this room and into action is like a whole nother different ball game. So I've been writing down like everything that you guys have been saying, because really in ahead of the summit, I've just been trying to wrap my head around how I'm going to contribute, right? So I've really written down a lot of the stuff that you guys have been talking about for the last few hours. And I think that it all goes back to us really being able to hammer down as a community what are the priorities of the DAO, right? Like, if you could ask yourself, what are the top 3 central goals that the DAO will be achieving in the next 1, 3, or 5 years, right? What are those goals for the longevity and the future of the platform, right? And what organizational structure, right? What specific goals and specific tasks need to be executed in order for us to be able to achieve those 3 central goals, 5 central goals, right? Maybe more for the next 1, 3, to 5 years, right? And those could be financial goals, right? Mariana is on a plane right now churning away at all this math stuff, right? They could be goals for incentivizing the community. They could be goals for generating revenue, future revenue for the DAO, so that our treasury doesn't die out. They could be goals for social media and marketing the DAO and the community and the projects and the great things that we do, how to push those things forward, like the little videos that we make about each other, right? So that we can have a strategy, right? Maybe we can have a budget where we take this content and we putting out social media ads really doesn't cost a whole lot of money. What's cost us a whole lot of money is paying a bunch of people who have no previous marketing experience thousands of dollars so that they can earn a salary, and then none of that money really trickles down into advertising and actually paying for ad space, or for views on any of these things, right? Some of these goals could be goals for the platform, right? For sustaining and developing our platform. Goals for content, right? Creating content and filling our land parcels with exciting content that users would be glad to come up with. Goals for community engagement. Goals for partnerships with other metaverses, with other communities, with other artists, with other people, right? And then based on those goals, then we need to decide how we are going to allocate our funds, right? And this means that we're going to do two things, right? We're going to have internal projects, right? We're going to have a core units. We need core units. We need people that are going to be dedicated 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, right? To taking in information from the community, to organizing these thoughts that the community puts out in all of these chats and all of these working groups, to structuring all of these ideas into coherent proposals that then the community can get behind, right? And yes, we are all passionate, but I think we can all agree that while we are passionate, we also need to eat, right? And so we need to balance that in a way that we can benefit ourselves individually, but also benefit the community as a whole. And I think that that's possible. The second thing that we can do is then we can put out grants, right? And bounties. We can allocate funds for grants and bounties so that we can grow our ecosystem, so that we can grow the economy and the value of mana through incentives, so that we can grow our user base, so that we can populate the world with experiences that are worthy of more users, right? And work from there, right? But I think that, like Mariana said before, what we need first is an organizational structure, because we did have some good elements. I think that the facilitation squad did an excellent job at reading through the chat, taking some of those proposals, some of those ideas and scattered, thoughts and things that people would put out that served great. And they would say, hey, listen, we've been listening to you guys for the last 3 months, and based on your ideas, we've put out this proposal that we think could move us forward, right? Instead of just talking or saying, here's what we can make it concrete, right? And so, I just think that, we're all passionate here, and that we can take it out of this room and hopefully with the summit. Like I said, I've been writing all of this down, and I invite you guys to share your ideas with me on what are the goals of the DAO, and how we can put those goals forward so that we can put together a structure, right? An organizational structure and a mission and vision and goals that we can then be specific. Like, does this project align with the goals? If it does, in what ways? If it doesn't, in what ways? Then how we can make it work, and then we can finagle from there, but at least we have a basis. I don't know if that makes sense. I keep wrangling, sorry.
No, I love it. Sorry, I can't see if somebody else is talking. I love it, Cheddar. I think that one way or another, we're gonna know in a week from now, like whether the regenesis was effective. Was it just fluff? Was it just talk? Or were they, honestly open to any and all suggestions? Or did they just come with suggestions, put it in front of us, and we just get to relay back to the community? I'll be really curious to see how it's going to be. I personally, they wouldn't be doing this if they didn't still care. It's like when they don't ask us how we're feeling, that's when it's like, no, then it's a rug. I do believe they care. I just think that this has grown into something that's bigger than probably any one of them like were prepared for or anticipated. Yeah. Oh, there was someone else I was gonna say, but I think I'm losing. I think one way or another after this, like we will all get to make the decision. Is this something we still want to spend our energy, our time on, or is it just too much? And it's like that's cool. I'm just gonna go to parties and peace out. Like I think everybody's got to make that decision on their own. But one way or another, like something is gonna happen, and we've never had this big of a move in the past. I know that there was the Dow freeze last time, and there were certain players that were very active in that. But this is a first. So I think that I'm glad. I think there's some really brilliant minds going, and hope that we can all represent the people that aren't there as much as possible. And Make, I think you are up next.
I mean, I'll vote for Knesset and cheddar queso. Let's go. I got a few questions. One's gonna sound probably obnoxious. Where do I even see my voting rights?
Your VP?
Yeah.
Go to the Dow.
Okay.
And then, I mean, for me, again, I know how to find it, and I vote all the time, so it's easy to find it. Have you voted recently?
No, I'm not kidding. I haven't voted since MetaTrekkers.
Okay.
I have, again, like that.
There should be a tab in the.
Set me back a long way, not for what was going on, but for the toxicity and the hate on all sides. It just ended my happy. But now I have land, and and I want to be part of the solution. That's why I'm fucking here. That's why I sit here, because I love y'all and I want to be part of the change. I would also like to know, okay, and we did touch on the MRT. I have strong feelings about that space, because I bought that instead of a parcel and actually paid a fair bit more than my parcel was, and I paid for all these different assets in there, which ultimately now they give people for free, and I don't own them. And Decentraland doesn't own them either, which is a bummer if you're going to give them $200,000 and they're taking revenue from the people who bought it. Like, even in that case, great example. I still think that concept, regardless, and I still have my apartment, and it's still pretty cool. I mean, but shouldn't there be a return on the investment for the DAO who gave that $200,000 to say, hey, that's great. We'll give you this upfront cost to build and do stuff, but we're taking a percentage back for people who sell things and do things. Like, everything's got to have way to measure balance. Like, what was the overall budget or the spend for, each quarter last year? And then regardless of what it was it lopsided? Was it willy-nilly? Did we achieve the goals? Like, there's a funnel for this, and there's a funnel for innovation that can come after it, and change can happen. I don't think, and some things do need to change. Like, I don't know what the story is with the districts. I've never really understood it. I know there have been some very gray situations that have played out with them. And obviously some huge amounts of money have gone out the window trying to make that work. It's time to set some goals and actually, like I said, manifesto, constitution, game plan that then lets every other grant happen. To me, and without question, some sort of play to earn, whether that's BP modeling or whatever, and start giving people back, the potential to grow without the stress, and making everything so aggressively tit for tat, right? Like, people start catching so many feelings about all this stuff that it ruins friendships, it ruins relationships, and it's all tied to quick greed and money. And that's gonna suffocate us all anyway. So for the good of the people, for the good of the whole, for the good of the goose, please, you know. But I hear all the waste, and I've been a part of the waste, and I see a ton of shit not built, and it's such a bummer. I don't want to shill, but I'm gonna anyway for next week because I'm so excited, and I would love y'all to come in case this thing breaks. But I mean it, and I got to go for a real IRL Web3 experience right now. But 99% officially, we're going to be at Oasis Koto, which I think is one of the coolest fucking places. I've been translating in Japan, in Japanese with Translate, and talking to our friend PPA, who's a beast, who's come help us to make sure I wasn't insulting anybody writing. Kenji has stepped up also and offered help. I think that place is so cool. I don't know if it's gonna work in what, a couple months. So if we could all come support and have fun that day one time where it's just fucking fun, let me know. I love you guys so much that I know things are gonna be what they are. See ya.
Thank you, Make. Appreciate that. And go have fun. Anyone exist?
Sorry, I'm curious because you started talking about this Blender donation, so I dug a little deeper. I noticed that it started off one way, and it says the proposal was enacted, but somebody towards the very end changed it. So it went from being a gold member, which is for 5 years, then they mentioned at the bottom that why don't we do a patron for just 1 year so we could be up there with Facebook. And it wasn't enacted. Did you happen to check? Could you tell? I looked. I have no idea what I'm doing here.
No,
Did
that's
we pay
where...
it twice? Did we pay it twice?
There were two proposals. There was the first one was the large chunk. I think it was 179,000, and then shortly after there was another proposal for the second amount. So that was one of the ones that I wanted to go through and like just verify how it actually ended. Like, how did it end? You know, what was the final outcome?
Well, if you read the comments at the end of the first one, for the 175, there's a comment about a new one put in, supposedly revising that one to make it a 1-year patron, and they both say enacted. So I mean, I guess you can't answer the question either. It's got to be looked at more, which I might do too, because I am very curious as to did we pay both of them. But it could. I'll say this: if we paid for the 5-year one at all, we're not listed there. So my guess is we ended up with just the patron for 1 year, which I think we should have done 5 years, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I like Blender. I mean, like understanding what that is. It's another really cool project, you know, and I don't know. Yeah, so it's cool to support. I don't know how to.
Well, there's Volkswagen. There's Volkswagen. There's Nvidia. There's AMD. There's Meta. There's big names on there. So if that's what we're all using, why I guess I don't see why not. But it's still curious. I take it we ended up with 1-year patron. I think we should have done 5-year. I don't care if we're up with Meta or not, which they're not even up there as a patron anymore either. So they're up there, but under a different tier level.
Yeah, I wonder, like just as far as future advertising or future like partnerships or things like that then sometimes people call them partnerships and it's really like not, I don't know, a partnership. I remember the lady that came in the space and she was looking for a grant. She said that she had partnered with Decentraland before, and we kind of quizzed her, and turns out like they had like liked one of her tweets. I'm like, that's not a partnership, and it was an interesting backpedal. But I wonder, as Decentraland Foundation starts marketing and paying for advertising, how much just the general community will agree with their methodology, or how much will be like, no, we think it should be like this, or will, I'm sure we're gonna all have opinions about like, it would have been better to do it this way. And I just wonder if that's, how that'll
on
play
that
out.
on that partnership word you just used. I raised this question. I think it was with the very first. We can send the questions in that we have every few months or whatever, along with all the marketing ones I had. Who are Decentraland's official partners? Because somebody on their web page said they were partners with DCL. I didn't believe it, and I was correct. The only ones they will claim would be MetaMask and Unity, because it's built on Unity, and MetaMask is the primary wallet.
And I wonder if the new, what is it? It's the new share stuff for like the wallet. Magic. I want to say Magic.
Magic Eden?
Yeah, no, Magic Eden.
Magic
No,
Eden.
it's what they use for the intermediary between the wallets.
We can Google it.
Oh.
I think
Yeah,
it's just
either something like Magic or Transact.
I think
Something
it's
like
just
that.
Magic. Anyway, I'm curious if that would be considered one as well.
It might now, but that would have to be a question asked again, if there's been any changes to that official partnership. But it's very limited, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, one thing about Web3 is that the word partnership is stretched out very long and wide, where the definition can mean a many spectrum of things, I guess, or at least that's how it seems. That's why, like, anytime that anyone has ever, like, approached me and said, hey, I want a partnership, I just, like, walk away because, like, I'm just like, what does that mean? Like, do you want my brand, like, to represent your brand? Like, is this it? Or do you just want me to put your logo on this billboard on my land real quick?
I think it's similar to like Digital Currency Group. Like, I think Decentral Games is really happy to have them as a partner until DGC started like talking about bankruptcy. Then it was like all of a sudden like, wait, we're okay. We're not. We're just friends. It's a situationship. So I am guessing that as like government entities start inspecting and taking a deeper dive on like DAOs and where money is gone, there might be some like partnerships that are like, nope. We're not. Because yeah. Anyway, won't go there. Not this late in the space.
Now, if Rustan were to be like, Sinful, I want a partner, I'll be like, shit, Rustan's legit, let's go. I'll put Rustan's logo anywhere. Have we gone through all our hands?
I believe so. Yeah. Oh, Ozzy. Go ahead, Ozzy. Oh.
Yeah, I guess I am now. I think I figured out what's going on with the like space is disconnecting all the time. It's actually the phone overheating. I started some kind of other app at the same time, and then suddenly it just kept losing connection, and then this one's really hot, and so I put it on a ice pack, and then now it's not disconnecting anymore. So it may actually be something just with that. Hopefully that'll work.
You had me at ice pack. Just if there's
Yeah, I mean,
Ice
seriously,
is good for like swelling injuries, but like
Right.
my laptop once was swelling and I did put like ice under it. That's not good. If your
But
phone is misshapen, just throw that fucker out.
yeah, for the laptop, it might not be quite enough. But even though like a cooling pad is really good for the laptop, you can plug it into the USB and it has a big fan underneath it, just keeping the whole thing cool. It works pretty nice. No, it's the phone itself. The phone. For some reason, yeah, I guess I don't know what X is doing in the background and everything, or maybe I have some other apps running in the background or whatever. It was just like really hot to the touch, and so that's definitely seemed to have resolved the issue. Interesting. But yeah, what I wanted to touch on, I guess if we're done talking about the previous topics, is the efforts to make SDK6 scenes work in this SDK7 environment. I don't know how much people know about the SDK6 adaptation layer project that's been worked on by Leandro's worked on it a bit too. It's not, as far as I can tell, it's not really something that can be just plugged into the currently existing SDK6 scenes, and so I'm wondering just how, like, if there's any kind of effort. Like, I actually myself just tried to do that because I'm trying to get this PvP shooter game from SDK6 to SDK7, and it's actual problems in the code, so I'll probably just rewrite the whole thing. But I use that as an exercise to actually try my own SDK6 adaptation layer, and it's really not that hard to do, to create something that could be just plugged into the scenes, all the SDK6 scenes that are out there. It's probably a little harder than that because you have to take out first the old SDK6 code from that blob, but then just splicing in something in there shouldn't be too hard. I don't know if there's any effort done in that respect, and that's what I'm hoping to elucidate right now.
I can tell you, Ozzy, if this is, I'm not well knowledged in this, but one thing I could tell you could do, and you might be able to find a better way than through this, but you can upload a scene onto the web builder, and it will give you the option to load it as 6 or 7. Now, if there are smart items in it, it will remove all those, but then it makes the rest of the build SDK7. You would have to then go back in and fix anything that was a smart item or change it somehow. But I also heard there's supposed to be somebody out there helping people get this SDK6 to SDK7.
There's a team. If you go into the Decentraland channel, let me just check. It's
there's definitely Leandro is leading that effort. There's I don't know if he's leading, but he's a big part of it. There's indeed the team to migrate. You can put a request to them to migrate your scene to SDK6 from SDK6 to 7 and all that. But the possibility, really, I mean, the SDK6, it's just APIs. It's APIs that are calling library stuff that end up calling engine stuff. The library calls can be replaced with engineered library calls to SDK7. I started doing that. It's really not that difficult. There's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of what's the word? Boilerplate code that have to be written for that, but otherwise it's technically feasible. And the smart items should still work after that. There shouldn't be like a whole effort of migrating the scene in order to get it to work again. It should still be useful to migrate code in order to get it maintainable again and streamlined again, because otherwise it's going to be code running on code running on code. But yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any kind of, I mean, I'm just wondering which, yeah, I'm wondering if it's, yeah, how, yeah, I'm wondering how to get more answers to my questions. I guess, yeah, I started asking, I did ask Leandro, I'm waiting for answers yet. But yeah, I just wanted to see.
Sorry about that. I was replying.
That's the extent of
in
my
the file.
knowledge, so.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. Sounds like a bit above my not pay grade.
Right, I'm trying to make it keep it simple and keep it as a topic that the DAO itself can weigh upon. It's yeah. So don't hesitate to ask questions.
I wouldn't even know what questions to ask. I'm sorry.
Yeah, ultimately. So the question, well, okay. Let me think. Ultimately, the question is where to ask the questions that I have. That's my question. And the questions that I have are about. Ultimately, there's another thing I've been wondering about the redesign of the linked wearables API. There's a proposal that's been passed about that, and then there's apparently some kind of effort that's, I don't know, that may have been started about that, and I'm trying to get more information about that. I asked specifically yeah, how do we get more information about people that don't answer your queries? Is ultimately, I guess, what I'm trying to figure out.
Start shaking your fists in the Decentraland Discord until maybe finally someone answers you. That's how I used to do it. I used to start talking shit until someone's like, "Okay, Sinful, what do you want?" And then I'll be like,
and you did
but
talk
then
to Nico,
it starts
right?
getting
Like,
possibly
Nico,
toxic, so I don't know if it's necessarily the best way, but yeah, it's definitely something
did you
needs
talk
to be
to
done.
Nico? You said you talked to Nico. Was that last month?
Who, me?
Nico Earnshaw?
Oh, yeah. Well, ultimately, yes, but
like,
that's
he's the best,
about
like,
foundation stuff that I talked with him about. Like, I'm right now I'm talking more about DAOs. DAO. How do you pronounce that word?
maybe HP, maybe HP.
Aaron can probably, not to throw you under the bus there, Aaron, but he's dealt with linked wearables for, well, what, you initially introduced him, is that right? But he's been going roundabout with them, and it is, as far as I know, it is a foundation question.
Yes. Okay, so I got confused because ultimately my first thing that I was talking about was not that one. So, but that indeed is foundation. I can try to see more in detail with HP and all that. But right.
But my understanding is it's supposed to make it better and easier for linked wearables, but make it
right. And so actually,
a lot more, and so does Aaron.
Actually, HP is against this change because it's too simplified. According to him, it's not going to make it easy to have more complex logic, like with a certain number of NFTs, you gain access to this extra kind of wearable, like to the Shield. Special shit. I'm really bad with names. So that's part of the topic, because I have ideas on how to maintain this kind of stuff, but I don't know who's how. I'm trying to see more detail with HP. And... Right. Right.
Welcome back, Aaron. Is it true you invented linked wearables?
I wish. No. No, I'm just. It just seems like it because I'm the only one that cries about it for 3 years straight. But yeah. But basically, long story short, what Ozzy's saying, which I think I have a little more context. He um, he has this idea to make it a little bit more efficient, to add on to what they pitched on the last two proposals, and Ozzy's trying to figure out what's going on with that and why they haven't taken it to the third and final round of voting for implementation. And my theory, like I said, is because it's kind of like that's why Sinful is saying like, shake your fist because those are like really the only outlets or solutions people have had at the moment. But I think it's really kind of same thing with it's the same boat as Roaston's in too. It's I think they haven't taken it to the next level for two reasons. One, like we have no idea how the hell to get 6 million VP. Like, it's like literally need a fairy godmother kind of situation at this point. So I think they're being strategic about not pushing it up anymore, but because of that, until that issue gets resolved. But also too, I just it's kind of back to one existence and Sinful's joke. I think it's because it's basically the foundation is uh, they don't answer much, and it's we can say a lot of things for it, but I think it's also because they're really stretched thin, and they really just want to focus on the SDK. I mean, not the SDK, the client. That's all they care about. That's like really the only thing that they want to talk about. Like if you let Sinful's right, if you bug them, like I've been bugging them about the pet for years, even to the point where I got them to ask it on stage, and I wasn't even there, and everyone was like, "That's Aaron's question." Like they know that it's me still bugging about it, and they said that they are down to talk about it, but he basically was transparent with me and said that he's down to talk about it after after they are done with the client and they're ready for more workload. So I think you're on the right track, Ozzy, and I think your ideas were good, and I think we just got to kind of like because the two people that you're talking to, those are the actual guys that invented the linked wearable idea and wrote the code for it. So they will respond. I think when they have the bandwidth, when with your idea on making it more efficient, and that's why I think with wife, like basically, I hate to say this, but this we just want it done with the solution we're doing now with Wifumon Gen 2, the Decentraland Dinos, and the Armory, which is we're giving shields to all the top NFT collections in the world for free, so we can onboard hundreds of thousands of new users again to Decentraland. What we're doing is kind of a band-aid workaround on just implementing them all into is one collection from a previously approved proposal, because I don't want to get into the drama and the fact that we have three linked wearable proposals that haven't passed, and two of them have not been enacted because of two people that are gatekeepers and on payroll trolls that get paid $2,500 to not enact things, even though it's been 8 months. But we are working around it, and so that's why I think we just gotta all we can do is really you're doing everything you can. You're asking those people for your idea for efficiency, and I think we just have to kind of just continue working on this band-aid solution until one of them have the bandwidth, or we get a fairy godmother that has 6 million VP. I guess I hope that answers the best way.
I want to type Gen 2 Waifumon. Will they be able to fly? She has wings.
Hell yes. And Ozzy has even tested it in game, two of different fairies. And we were I can't remember what party we were at. Oh, it was at the what it wasn't the Golden Brick Road movie. Why am I drawing a blank? It's the remake when we were at their party. It was like some type of green party in Decentraland, and Ozzy was testing it, and it looked sick. And I know this is a name that some people don't want to hear, but I am an opportunist. I work with anybody, and one of the people that we're working with is Ingester. He's helping us make them fly. So he has done it. We have the footage, and we've tested it. And right now, he's compressing the files as we speak on his yacht. So whatever, I don't care as long as it works. But yeah, so that is what I'm at right now. I'm that desperate, and he's getting it to work, and Ozzy is putting it together too. So yes, I am more confident than ever that this will all come to fruition. Our plan was to have it done for the first summit, but things happen, and then now we're trying to do it for this summit. Things are happening, so who knows? Maybe another summit will be the time when it'll be launched, I guess.
Reminded Jester of the deal we made. I should be on that yacht sometime soon.
Deal. I will bug him about it because
You should not pay him so he knows what it feels like.
Who said that? I gotta scroll down. Who said that? I will. I'll definitely tell him that.
It was me. It was Cheddar. You could tell him I said it too, so he knows what it feels like to be owed money and not get it.
I love it. I will. I will 1,000% say that. Oh God.
So yeah, Ozzy, I hope kind of Aaron's explanation kind of did help, and yeah, just keep bugging him. That is the best like the best advice I can personally give. Like whenever I wanted to raise attention for something, I just started talking my shit, and then they paid attention, and then yeah. But
ultimately,
I'm not gonna lie, I got to try it out.
Ultimately, it's really the SCK6 to SCK7 topic, which I was really hoping to get answers to. But yeah, I'll see if I can shake some fists or something. So
get off my lawn!
Wow. Yeah, so the thing about it is that when we start scolding and then people are like, hey, don't get angry and all that, yeah, it's not anger, it's like we're scolding. Don't try to evade the having to justify your actions by accusing other people of losing control.
Brick walls are hard of hearing. You gotta yell.
I should add, yeah, you're right. Make it light scolding, because the Argentina peeps, they're very sensitive. Like, if you, like, yeah. And they may shut down. So, yes, it's like it needs to be like a glaze of shit talking. Just a glaze. You can't just clump it all up there. Yeah.
Tricky stuff.
You do bring a good point.
Like a donut?
Yummy.
Yes, you gotta glaze the shit talking. But yeah, I mean, it's been a good space so far. We're about to break 5 hours. I want to thank, every one of you that have come up and speak today. And also do a few shout outs. I see Ira in the crowd. I see Julianne, Rishi Girl, Unknower, Rusan. Like, we have some crew members are still here after 5 hours. What up, Alpha? Good to see you. And then M down there, and yeah, of course, our house chef or grill master Jim is down there. We pay him a very handsome salary just to cook meats. Really.
Argentinian meats?
I mean, it's whatever you bring him. I mean, I guess it's Argentinian meats because, like, it's on Decentraland, so.
And it's fucking the bomb.
So, what do you think, Anessa? Good time to start winding down?
I think so. I am packing and trying to not forget anything. And
yeah, don't forget your toothbrush.
oh, hey, I just found my passport yesterday, so I'm doing great. And literally just booked my room yesterday, so I'm the worst. I'm way too laid back to travel.
All right, sounds good. So we'll just go on to final thoughts. Argent's still up here in the speaker panel. Any final thoughts, Argent? Are we fucked? Are we not fucked?
We are fucked, but we are still on the remedy way or the redemption way. So we can try to make it better. And my final thoughts for this conversation is actually how much important is when you are launching a project like a metaverse, like this one, to have in mind a lot of little things like body power and the problem that can go down the stream with body power. If what you want is actually a metaverse that is alive and not a metaverse that is just built for people that is doing trading.
100%, 100%. Need to create like a ecosystem that benefits its actual creators, and yeah, not just like the people that are here to take more than what they give. But you know how it is. Hopefully the summit will get it, that much closer to the overall goal. I hope there is at least like a somewhat vision of what an overall goal could look like, and then it's bring it back to the community for voting and see how that goes. And yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Cheddar, final thoughts.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay,
Yes.
I got my headphones on. I think that we have a lot of room left to grow, but the reason why I am still here, right? I've delved into a lot of other communities over the past 2 years, and certainly Decentraland has given me my share of gray hairs, but I'm still here because at the core of it, we have a intelligent, capable, and caring group of people who care about building a legacy and building a platform and something that can be magnanimous in the future. And I mean, really think about it. The whole thing could have just blown up in no time, right? Whales could have come in, they could have voted all for themselves, other people could have voted for themselves, the treasury could be depleted, and then that's it. It could have all went down in absolutely no time, in flames very quickly. But we have a caring group of people here who, to the point where we decided to stop the whole fucking train on its tracks, right? Rather than to let this ship go down without a fight. And so that leaves me hopeful and, encouraged to continue the work of building a legacy that then we can all stand on in the future, and that we can bring on other people, because it's for me, it's more than just a gaming platform, and it's more than just a DAO. It could lead to so much more, and I see the potential in it. I see the potential in all of you, and so ahead of the summit, I just want to be able to continue to contribute to something bigger than ourselves. And I think that this group of people, the people that we have behind this project, are very much capable of doing it. I think it is possible. So that's my final thought. I'm just ride or die, goddammit.
Thank you, Cheddar. Thank you. And I'm really happy that you are going. And yeah, I mean, safe flight, and be safe out there. Ozzy, final thoughts?
For the mana.
Mana.
For the mana. Like, I don't know if you play much Warcraft and you're like, for the horde. For the mana. That's what we should all be rallying for.
You know that mana is also something that you can eat. is
Yeah,
that
well, there's two
thing from
ends in
the
that.
Bible. Yeah. So right now, when you say it, for me was admit that being a little bit hungry. For me was a little. Oh yeah, food time.
DCL
You
live. Then maybe I don't know.
you you just reminded me that food actually exists, Argent. Good call. Good call. I completely forgot that food exists. So Aaron, any final thoughts, comments, concerns?
Did you call me next because we were talking about food?
Well, I saw your Snorlax hat. I know Snorlax likes to eat
Hell yeah. Hell
and
yeah.
food.
Hell yeah. No, my final thoughts are pretty much basically what Cheddar says. I actually, as Argent says, we are basically fucked. But, I think honestly though, it's all up from here now. And I think the future of not just the Decentraland, but I think the DAO in itself, the reason why I think people like to talk about it, because I think it's in itself like innovative and something that's huge, and it will be something I think could even run countries or businesses in the future, like really really successful businesses in the future. And I'd like for us to be like one of the first successful case studies of that. So I think it's all possible and it's all worth a shot. And I want to shout out to you guys that are actually going to the summit. Just was kind of fun talking to you guys and hearing Kanessa and Cheddar talking about listening to everybody's ideas. And I made a joke about Cheddar Queso being kind of like what is it called, like those senators, like Cheddar is like a senator for the community, like this is what the community
from Star
demands.
Wars? What's the one from Star Wars?
yeah, like from Star Wars, like these are the demands of the community, and this is, and then kind of like I don't know, like I don't know how senators do. I know, like obviously it's different, but you guys know what I'm getting at.
Palpatine, Senator Palpatine.
Yes, Senator he was, but I'm not calling Cheddar Queso Senator
Dang, I wanted to be a Mandalorian. Please send me there as the Mandalorian. I won't take my mask off.
May the mana be with you.
Yeah.
No. I like Star. I want to go down. I want to go down watching the Death Star blow up my planet. Like bitter end.
So shout out to you guys for being our senators. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Aaron, for jumping in there so many times.
No, it's all good. We kept going with it. The bit got big.
Thank you, Aaron. And Existence, any final thoughts?
Okay, I got a few. Real quick, I don't consider you Senator Palpatine, Cheddar, just so you know, because he was a bad guy, right? Yeah. Anyway, okay. So if you want to be part of Alpha 2 beta testing for the client, I think it's up above. Starts September 9th. Wearable contest is September 15th, but you have to have it approved and entered everything, and it's a theme of galactic, and it must be exotic category or for the number. Let's see. Thank you again to everyone who attended the charity event. Again, there is a Twitter space tonight. If anybody has comments or suggestions to help make it better, appreciate if you could pull up there. I have a Twitter space I do on Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern with Old Guy. Our special guest is Russ. I think you guys have met him before. He is the founder of Hubs HQ. And there was some other things, but I'll shut up now. Thank you. Oh, FAFO, In-World Builder FAFO. Let me know if you're interested.
Thank you, Won't Exist. And Kanessa, final thoughts, comments, concerns?
I don't think so. I think my brain is kind of just gone at this point. Thank you, One Exist, for keeping everybody in the loop. I think normally we'd have ABC today, but they had it yesterday, so I don't think there's one going on today. Yeah, and just thank you, everybody, for being here. You could be anywhere in the world, and you came and you spent it with us, so we really appreciate it, and hope you guys have a good week, and stay tuned. The summit is the 5th through the 7th, and they should stream it. I don't know. I don't know. There was some chatter about like streaming devices, so stay tuned. But that should be in world. I don't know. I don't know how or where. I don't know what they're gonna do. But yeah, hopefully it will be.
One last thing. Safe travels to you guys that are going. And I know you have chosen this mission to deliver what the community has spoken on. There may be enemy forces trying to prevent you from bringing that information to us, so make sure you guys are on alert. As I told Unknower, I said, your mission, should you choose to accept it, and I think you know the rest.
You know, there's always enemy forces. Like, there were, you know, when we went to Argentina, there were people not even really willing or ready to hear anything about how it went. They were just ready to like crucify. So, yeah, I mean, if there's, go for it. Like, I don't know. I hope people, I hope that they're just, I don't know. I hope that they're open-minded about what we learned. So, but that's up to them. So all we can do is report like what we've learned from it, and yeah, and go from there and just keep building, because you know that's why we're here. So
but that makes me curious, who officially is making any decisions there?
What, so I mean, that's a good question. Like, what we've been told is that we're discussing everything will come back and then be put through the DAO, like, and that it is going to be streamed, so people will be able to listen in. Like, I'm not a streamer and I'm not like technical, so that's why I say like they're gonna try, but I don't know. Like, that's because I just don't. That's not my background. There's people smarter than me that are gonna do that part. Yeah, and
throw it out there that if we do get to watch it and things go, any one of us could throw a proposal in there based on a topic of conversation that happened. It doesn't have to be Gino or Canessa, Cheddar, and Unknower, or I don't know who else is going, but any one of us can do that. And if you want to build something in Decentraland, you don't have to run it through every single thing through the DAO, too. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, yeah, I'll be curious to see how it plays out. And I guess that's all. I hope we've done a good enough job getting everybody's voices there. Like, that's the part that I hope that they're responsive to the feedback. You know, that's all we can do is just.
Vanessa, when is the deadline for your survey?
I mean, those surveys are not dying. They're just going to be there. So I think you could put it out at any time. I mean, I'm going to spend the next like 30 hours traveling. And so I don't know that I'll be able to, like, what I wanted to do is be able to, it's one thing to get data. The hard part is translating that into digestible chunks that people understand, like
AI.
Yeah.
AI. I know, but I'm a boomer,
even
so
AI
I don't
sounds
know. I don't trust it. No, I just like, that's why I did this by hand, because I'm like, I don't know if I trust it. But I think it's more like long term that'll just live and continue to, yeah.
But if it were to be added to the summit, when would be the deadline to have that submitted?
I mean, I would say like Tuesday. Then maybe on Wednesday I'll Punk Pink and Janko. I'm not sure exactly if we're all going to be able to meet together and like break it down. It takes a long time to like process data. So I don't know. Tuesday, if you want your voice heard, if not, just like you don't have to fill all of it out. I mean, I think we'll be able to see the general consensus. Like I wanted quantitative numbers too, so we can be like, maybe it's a survey we put out every year in August, and then we can look like on average year over year, we saw an increase in, confidence and efficacy of the DAO. Like, I don't know, like taking the feelings out of it, just making it like, just breaking shit down to numbers, not actual people. It goes against every thread of my being, but at the same time, my brain just wants to see, like, do we have it in us to improve the DAO? Like, could we improve the sentiment over the DAO? Wouldn't that be a challenge? That like in a year from now, our quantifiable data show us that it improved. Do you guys want to know a fun fact about data?
Gib.
Here, I love this one and I hate it because if you do it correctly, people think you're dumb. The data are gonna show us what we need to know. Because did you know that data is plural? So if you use it right, you'll say the data are showing us good things. Not the data is. And most people don't know that. And then like, so if you say the data are, you sound so bad. It sounds so bad, but that's like the real way to do it. I learned that the hard way in college. And they're like, your data are not showing me the right thing. I'm like, what? My data is good. Like, your data are bad.
English language.
Yeah, so there you go. Now you guys can go and be like, never think about data the same way again.
How did you learn that the hard way? Did they like hit your hand with a ruler?
I think I might have been correcting my professor in a PowerPoint. I don't know. It might have been like, you made a typo here. And doctors in college can be really cool, or they can just be absolute fucknuts that they have the name doctor behind their name. Like my class was literally told, like, that person earned their doctorate. You shall refer to them as doctor. I'm like, wow, okay. And others were super chill, but yeah, I don't know, something like that. So it was impactful enough. It's like passive voice, where you're never gonna use passive voice again because you don't want to get like reprimanded, beaten. So funny fact, Jared used passive voice once, and I like ripped him apart because he was drunk and he made a post, like a drunk post, and then I was like, I went through and fixed all his grammatical errors and passive voice was there, and he's like, God damn the passive voice. I'm like, you should have known.
So if you want to use is, you would have to use the datum is.
I'm learning something every day.
Wow.
That's the singular. Datum.
That's some smart people stuff there. I think I'm gonna screw this up.
The datum is responding. Anyway. I'm sorry, Vanessa. Were you finished with your final thoughts?
I think my final thought is it's obvious that I am tired and loopy and ready to eat some food and just chill and play Fortnite, but I can't. I gotta do some heavy thinking. So yeah, I think I'm done.
Oh, the human condition.
Yeah, make sure to analyze that datum. So yeah, I guess thank you everyone for joining us today. I really appreciate your time. A big shout out to a couple of you that I just saw pop in. DJ CK, I think I've seen you pop in and out. Bitcoin, Toxic Waifu, so nice to see you. I hope you've been practicing your Rocket League, Toxic. Next time I play with you, I'm gonna require you to like be able to like fly up to the sky and hit the ball like way up there. So yeah.
And let's see. This week, we will be hosting Beyond the NFT at the Meta One Designs headquarters at 8 p.m. Eastern Monday. And our guest will be I love domains, and yeah, he is a podcast host, and yeah, we're gonna invite him over. We're gonna see what he's all about, see all the cool things he's doing in Web3 and what he's learned along his journey. So yeah, make sure to tune in. Take care and love you all. Oh yeah, and of course, safe travels to all of you that are, taking the trip across the pond. I can use that term, right? For this, across the pond?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I thought I'd never be able to do that, but yeah.
Have your science
So
pill handy.
have your monocle handy. You're gonna have to analyze that datum and be scientific. Love you all. Take care. I'll stop talking now, I promise. Okay, so that music came from I was freaking out because I was hearing Stoney's music. I was like, where's that coming from? But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Let's see who remains. Scat Lion Rock is here. Hi. What up, Zom? My dog Zom. What up? We got Ultra Venada. Don't worry, Ultra Venada. We got you. We got you. We're gonna be your source of the X's here, live on the Decentralands. Hi, Hi. Hi, Toxic. All right. I guess I'll throw on some music just for the stragglers, but always feel free to head out. I am gonna be chilling over here by the trash. I am gonna be the trash. Huh? Later, Samara, you want to play some Rocket League later? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'm down. I definitely need to get a bite to eat. I'm very hungry. But if I'm around, yeah, I'll be in CBD. We can play a little Rocket League. All right. I guess I'll throw on some music.